Chapter 121, Wrath of the Heavens. How long can we hold on? If the crystals run out of power, it's the end, Gabriel asked. Sir Dalaum and Gabriel were worried for Sylvester and also for their own safety. They weren't strong enough to keep the bloodling away with their magic. These crystals were their lifelines, and they were running out. However, Sylvester had already prepared for this situation after suffering the last time. He had ordered his little invisible friend to be with the two. Thud. What was that? Where did this come from? Gabriel exclaimed. Out of nowhere, a new bag full of light and solarium crystals appeared. It appeared a little wet and sticky, but that was all right. Sir Dalarum blankly stared at it. There are things about Sylvester we don't know, and it's better we never ask. If we survive this, we owe him this one. But the cat beside them felt offended. What about Chonky? I get no thank you. This is the worst deal ever, where my bananas. Bam! Sir Dalarum watched as the bloodling tried to break into their little barrier with all its might, seething in rage and blind lust for their lives. We can't beat it. This is much different from the bloodling in that cave years ago. How different? Gabriel questioned as all they could do was watch their death slowly creep towards them. This one can think. However, just then, the bloodling stopped midway through and screamed as if in agony. Rah! And for no reason, it flew away, as its life depended on it, into the mist in the distance. This allowed Sir Dalarum and Gabriel to preserve some crystals. He's alive, it seems, and kicking, Gabriel muttered as he watched the direction the creature left. We need to follow it. Sir Dalarum was quick to start packing up. We need to give him backup with the IED bombs he made. What? Sylvester did not know where he was since he was thrown like a rag doll. Blood was oozing out of his mouth, nose, and ears, as most likely his lungs had been damaged from the impact. He had also inhaled a tiny amount of the mist, making him cough out even more blood. It was hurting like hell, but he tried to manage it consciously. He also quickly started to sing hymns and tried to get up, only to realize he could not, for he was surrounded by the little snakes in the unknown region. The light showed the nasty creatures intertwined and moving all around him, just staying away from the light, from eating him up. Badly hurt, yet somewhat safe, he tried to give his body some rest to heal as he thought about his next move. How do I kill that thing? Why can't I use that move? What am I doing wrong? I tried everything, all hymns and, wait, there are 3 stages of Mass. An idea appeared in his head that may just work. Could it be the missing key to the ultimate move? It was merely a thought, however, something only time shall prove. He decided it was time to move out, as there was also Bishop waiting to be rescued, and letting Sir Dalarum and Gabriel alone was still risking them. Burn, you filth! Sylvester cursed as he started to use fire magic to engulf the little opening he had under the mountain of snakes. They squirmed and curled as they got burnt away and made way for his light to shine on the ground. Sylvester slowly made his way up and realized how deep under he was. Bloodling must be feeling pain right now. Is it going to come here and fight me? Sylvester wondered as he got out. He'd rather have the thing not come to him, as he wanted to try to use the move he just theorized. This itch just keeps increasing. Sylvester grunted at the feeling in his body. Since he didn't have much time, he decided to go ahead and try using the move right there and make a path for himself. What he had theorized was really simple. He had until now tried to cast the light beam while singing a hymn and spewing the normal light from his palm and the hardened version. But what if it was supposed to be the middle way? What if the ultimate beam was supposed to be made of liquid light instead of just pure light? And it would actually explain how it could cause so much damage and burn everything in its way. If normal light could be seen as a gas and the hardened light as solid, then only liquid remained, which he had not tried before. But how to make it was the tricky part. I guess I will just try to combine it with the water element. He closed his eyes while letting the light from his halo keep him safe. He calmed himself and tried to imagine what his attack would look like and how he would make it all combine. Since we can combine air and fire elements to create fire tornadoes, then why not combine light with water? He wondered and prepared. He placed his right hand palm facing forward near his chest and started chanting the hymn vocally. Move aside as the Lord commands. His bard here makes the demands. Purge under the holy light. Heal this land's unholy plight. For there lives an evil inside. Destruction is its pride. Your bard takes your name. On your name I have relied. Whoosh! Sylvester didn't rejoice this time and just watched the light come out of his palm. He had tried his best to force light and water to mix through the masterful manipulation of Solarium. The fact was that the magic limitations were based on biology in this world, and there is a limit to how much Solarium a body can store, which increases with each Rang cup. He didn't know how strong the attack would be if it happened. Sylvester's case was special, however, as his body was made to be in harmony with light, and since his talent was already the peak, his natural body was better than most others. Please just come out now. He did not know if Solis was real as he prayed. If he was, Sylvester only wished to master this move now and end this whole assignment and go home to sleep for days. Zzzz. As if electricity, he heard a buzz from his palm, but since it was facing away, he could not look closely to check it. He just kept focusing and prepared to shoot out the beam, if it came out. Begone, for evil has no place here. Whatever you throw, vile or not, Master of Magic and Knights of Swords will bear. We fight until to justice evil has been brought. Bless me, Solis, save us from this abyss. Boom! Whoosh! A deafening explosion took Sylvester by surprise, and a blinding light emitted out of the palm of his hand. Shocked and elated, he watched as the scene changed. Gone were the hordes of snakes above him. Now there appeared a straight cave in front of him, wide as a man, burned through the bodies of the creatures. Not only that, the rest of the creatures that never came in direct contact with it died, too, as the holy light devoured all evil that existed around. Sylvester was on cloud nine. Yes, finally the missing key. He finally had a powerful weapon unique to himself in his arsenal, but soon, his elation turned to depression as he tried to quickly stop the beam that kept emitting. Fuck, stop now. He remembered he had fallen unconscious when he was little after using this move. I can't have the same thing happen now. That will be the death sentence otherwise. He cursed silently as he felt his Solarium reserves depleting rapidly. He quickly took out some Solarium crystals and chewed on them quickly. At the same time, he quickly tried to stop combining water and light in his body. But he could not do it as if a chain reaction had started. The light beam, golden in color, kept raging through and traveling like a pillar, piercing through the dense purple mist, creating a hole in the clouds and reaching the heavens, illuminating it. People as far as 500 miles away could see the shocking strange phenomenon occur in confusion. As for Sylvester, he was shocked at the destructiveness of his move as the sky appeared clear now, albeit in a large circle. The mist, the cloud, all had dispersed and let him see a clear blue sky. Just stop already. He cursed vocally this time to make it stop. The energy beam also stopped. Sylvester instantly realized what had happened. The moment I stopped singing the hymn and making the halo, it stopped. Does this mean this power has something to do with this blessing? Why, how am I blessed? But he didn't have time to ponder on it for now. He climbed out of the hole and silently chanted again to keep the reappearing mist away. However, only now did he see where he was stuck. It was a literal hill of these snakes that he stood on, for as far as he could see, they appeared like little ropes, disgusting. But now they remained dead, all of them. This must have enraged that bloodling. Arg! Thud. He fell to one knee suddenly. That move is too much for my body. Sylvester felt exhausted and had no idea how many more times he could use this move again. All he knew was that just the crystals would not fill his reserves completely. Still, he ate all the Solarium crystals he had and prepared to fight because he again felt the approaching scent of death. He quickly put forward his spear in front and waited for the enemy. This time, his aim was the head. Boom! Here it is. Sylvester didn't go into the air this time, as that made him prone to being thrown away. Raja. Like a blurry shadow, the bloodling struck Sylvester with its armed tentacles. But Sylvester used his spear of infinity and was shocked as he successfully blocked the strikes without being thrown away. Clank. I can now hold on to the attacks. No, the attacks seem weaker now, and the good Lord, its size has been reduced. Sylvester, wide-eyed, rejoiced at this news. It was not hard to imagine how it happened. He just killed tens of thousands of those snakes, and if they were a part of this bloodling, then that mean he killed a part of it. Bam! Sylvester successfully slapped a fireball on its head. It's slower too now, and have I leveled up? There was so much going on that he could not focus. All he knew was that there was a significant shift in winning chances. He could kill this thing successfully. All he needed to do was slow it down. Max. Priest Sylvester. Meow. Sylvester grinned at the appearance of his two allies, so much so that he wished to kiss them right away. Bam! He kept blocking the strikes from the bloodling while maintaining a halo behind his head with silent chants of hymns in his mind. It was hard to do, but he was used to it by now. With no reservations, he boomed. Both of you, start killing those snakes. They can slow this thing down, so I can use Wrath of the Heavens on it. Sir Dalaran and Gabriel were alarmed by Sylvester's torn clothes, bloodied face, and thinned-out body. But they obeyed as winning was a priority. Let's do it. Sir Dalaran nodded at Gabriel and stopped using the light stones. Ha, so we're the bait now. Gabriel helplessly chuckled and noticed a distant swarm of snakes coming towards them. And did you hear a cat just now, Sir Dalaran? The old knight didn't reply, though his curious eyes made it clear he did. Chapter 122, Hard Earned. Boom! Boom! Bombs were going off every 10 seconds, each being as powerful as the last one. With those fiery explosions, there was an ocean of dead snakes around Sir Dalaran and Gabriel. Since they knew what they had to do now, and as the effect was visible, they went all out. It's working! Sylvester roared from a distance as he felt the bloodling was slowing down with more snakes dying. Sir Dalaran nodded and once again stopped using light crystals to act as bait. Their strategy was simple. They first let the snakes get attracted to them, and once they came close, they reactivated the light crystals after throwing an IED bomb out. Each wave that came ended as a bloody, dirty paste and corpses of half-destroyed snakes. It was disgusting to see, and even the stench was getting overbearing. Mirage was also there, but he was small and somewhat scared of snakes, so he just tried to stay as close to Sir Dalaran as possible, even jumping on the man's shoulder a few times. But for some reason, the old knight didn't react to it. Wait, did you hear that, Sir Dalaran? Gabriel suddenly stopped frantically moving. They were sweating like crazy since it was the middle of the day. They appeared lower than the lowest commoners. Sir Dalaran also stopped and looked at the ground. There was an occasional thump echoing from a distance, and the fine sand beneath their feet was shaking. Be prepared. Something is coming, something big. Gabriel nodded and quickly took out IED bombs and prepared a dose of light in his left hand. Sir Dalaran, meanwhile, held his broadsword to his front and initiated some magic, making the edges of the blade shine in deep blue. Thud. Thud. What's that? Gabriel stuttered when the shadow of something huge was visible behind the edge of the purple mist in the distance. Then, finally, it came into the small dome of the open area they had created. Without wasting a moment, Sir Dalaram slashed his sword horizontally towards it, sending away a wide arc of blue light-like blade meant to cut. Bam! It made contact and threw the creature to the back. Soon, the incoming horde of snakes took over the creature and covered it. Yeah, fuck. However, just then a loud curse came from the creature. Then more words clarifying everything. Don't attack, it's me, Bishop Lazark. I conjured this golem and took hold inside it, help. This madman, how did he survive so long? Sir Dalaram was in awe of this man since it must be doubly hard for him to survive here as he was a dark wizard. Gabriel, throw the light crystals on him, Sir Dalaram ordered. This way, they ensured the snakes could not hold the stone golem down. Bishop Lazark then slowly got up, moved as fast as he could in that giant body, and arrived closer to the rest. And the first thing he did was curse at the bloodling in the sky. This unholy filth, look at it. Is it a man, a bird, or a snake? Fucking evil. Give me a solarium crystal, please. I feel like I will die any moment. Bishop Lazark, however, didn't come out of the golem and just absorb the crystal given to him into the golem's body. It took him a few seconds to start feeling its positive effects. Is there a plan? Kill the snakes, as many as you can. That's what Priest Sylvester needs to kill the bloodling, Sir Dalaram advised. Bishop Lazark looked towards Sylvester at first and noticed the state of the young man, battered, bruised, and bloodied, yet giving a fight to the vile creature. Then he looked at the horde of snakes. I think I can help in that regard, a lot, but I will need more solarium crystals. What's the plan? Sir Dalaram questioned. I have nearly 800 zombies scattered around the land, covered with mountains of these snakes as they eat them. What if I can make them explode? Gabriel gave him a handful of solarium crystals quickly. What are you waiting for then, Bishop? Start blasting. What? Sylvester struggled and got hurt every now and then as he was not invincible, and the strike from tentacles of the bloodling was akin to strikes from swords. They still cut him and made him bleed. He finally felt the bloodling was weakened enough to go for the final kill, for the head. So he prepared his spear by heating its edge and then adding a taste of light magic to it. This was one of the things he envied about knights. Their weapons were highly versatile with magical runes. Boom! Sylvester strategically took out an IED bomb and threw it towards the bloodling to blind it with the light. Then, with a quick leap in the air with light step, he slashed the spear of infinity with a zap. The bloodling was trying to wave its tentacles at him blindly, but Sylvester was mindful of the gap. Die, filth! With the halo still radiating behind his head, and his leaping image with the spear, in the eyes of Sir Dalaram, Gabriel, and Bishop Lazark, the scene was going to be immortalized, as if they witnessed a god fighting a demon, where bloodling's purple mist tried to push against, and Sylvester's light obliterated all in its way. The image was reinforced when Sylvester's strike finally landed. Slash! Sylvester's blade made contact with the bloodling's neck, just where the head started. Then, effortlessly, it passed through, chopping all the snakes and beheading the creature. Thud! The head fell to the side like a stone on the sand, and the body remained still as the light killed all the snakes that built it. The fight was finally over, and Sylvester felt rejuvenated. Being on the toes for all this time, wondering if he'd even survive, this was a relief. Boom, boom. Just then, loud explosions started to resound all around. Weakened, he looked at his team. What's happening? Gabriel shouted back. It's Bishop Lazark, he's exploding all the zombies. A bit too late, I'm afraid. This hurts. He sat down right there as his arm felt numb. This was where the vile creature had hit him the first time, and now it was likely infected. Let's wait for the mist to disperse and then. His mind stopped thinking as soon as he tried to look where the skull of the bloodling had fallen. To horrifying shock, He noticed the eyes on it were still as bright, and the fifth vertical eye was even blinking, while at the same time, all the snakes from around tried to get to it no matter what, even if they were dying. "Fuck, it's not dead." He jumped to his feet and bellowed, "Keep exploding them." G-R-R-R-R. Just then he heard a rumbling noise and the ground seemed to shake. Alerted, he quickly jumped 10 feet in the air and made a light step to stand on. Good Lord! His jaw fell at the scene and his eyes contorted as this smelled dangerous. He quickly warned the rest. "They are coming, all of them. Use all the light and solarium crystals." The horde of snakes had left all their activities as their master had fallen. Sylvester reckoned the skull was still alive and was summoning them to form its new body. "So I must destroy you first." He made himself stand a few feet above the spiky skull with 5 eyes on a tile made of light. Then he sat down on his knees and aimed his right hand palm at the head. "I don't know what you are made of, and since you're not dying from my halo either, this is all I have." He took a long, deep breath. "I hope I don't run out of solarium too much with this." G-R-R-R-R. "Max, be quick, there are too many," Gabriel exclaimed loudly, despair evident in his voice. Sylvester also stole a glance, and his heart sank in an instant. The snakes were crawling toward them from all sides, but they appeared like a tide in the sea, as tall as 50 feet. Their menacing gray color and their always open salivating mouths looked nothing but a nightmare. Sylvester hurried and initiated the process of using the wrath of the heavens and combined light and water elements together. Then he started to sing the hymn, more like bellowed. "O creature of the devils, I condemn you to die. Erase you from existence and clear the dark sky. You have sullied the lands and hurt folks enough. I call forth the light to end and have your poison rebuffed. I speak the word of Lord, don't take them for a bluff." His palm finally started to shine bright in golden light, but it was taking too long as he noticed the horde had already covered Bishop Lazark's golem and now hurried towards Sir Dalaran and Gabriel. The bard sings for the grace to befall. The heavens cry, "Let my enemies halt. On this blessed land, let not the evil crawl. Save your believers and hunt the sinners." Finally, he felt the beam of blinding and burning light come out. "These creatures in darkness who dwell. Kill this filth, erase the darkness, let it rot in hell. I am a slave to your rules and spells. For nothing but your name, I yell." Boom! A thunderous explosion of blinding golden light and the rumbling stronger than the horde arrived. It shook the lands as the mountains cried and the creatures lurking in the shadows pried. What was happening? Who was this man? How does he summon the thunder of the gods? The light that menacingly bombards. It was nothing but the ender of the pure evil, from the bard amongst the bards. Sylvester kept his hand steady as the beam of deadly light struck the earth, melting a hole in it. So hot, nothing lasted, turned the sand into glass, and the rocks melted to let it pass. Fucking. However, he noticed just when he was about to hit the head of the bloodling, a snake dug out of the ground and shifted it underneath the light tile he stood on. Cursing, Sylvester just jumped into the air high and let the beam of light hit the ground so wide in size that there was nowhere left to move to. Hela. Sylvester forced his eyes to stay open as the light tried to leave his embrace. His body was running out of solarium, but he just needed a few seconds more of the Lord's grace. He, too, fell into the bottomless dark pit of unimaginable depth he had just created, but it was essential to ensure the bloodling ended. So he didn't stop himself and fell, more and more as long as he saw even a speck of the bloodling remain. First vanished the spikes around the head, then slowly the 4 eyes, and at last remained the 5th eyes, yellow in color and appeared like a marble. The core, Sylvester reckoned. Just one final push, he thought as he bellowed the last hymn with a breaking voice. "1 or 2, to all gods I beg. Let your warmth end this heathen. May this light end all, bloodling or demon. Don't let your bard be beaten. I sing to Soli's Amen. Whoosh! Crack! A crack appeared in the yellow crystal as a sudden burst of extra-intensity light released off his palm. Sylvester cursed as he felt like nearing his limit. He pushed further as much as his body could permit. SHHH. Suddenly, when the cracks opened wide, a strange, black, menacing dark mist appeared. It didn't attack, but, in a hard-to-understand demonic voice, whispered before it disappeared. Forver can't win, when eternal darkness reves, ishall risk from all from within. Crack! Boom! The crystal exploded in a dark light somehow. Was it light or just darkness? But it seemed to have taken all Sylvester could harness. His eyes finally felt heavy and began to droop. The halo disappeared and ended the rain of light and hymns. And then there was just darkness. In the pit he created, which seemed endless, he fell and fell in the deep, dark, abysmal hell. Unconscious, lost, hurt, he fell where reaches not even the loudest yell. Chapter 123, Juicy Fruits of Labor. What happened? They are not moving anymore. Gabriel finally showed a moment of relaxation as the worrying lines on his forehead vanished. But he was confused and worried about his best friend. He won, Sir Dalaran exclaimed and looked towards Sylvester. But there was nobody and just a deep dark pit, as wide as 10 meters. No, no, Sir Dalaran left everything behind and ran towards the pit. His duty of protecting Sylvester was a joke already. He was just a helper, but he knew he couldn't ever let the boy die, no matter what. Sylvester, he shouted into the hole. But all he received back was absolute stillness and a menacing sensation of nothingness. He felt powerless against the bottomless pit right now, as he had no means to go in there and get Sylvester out. Did he make this? Gabriel also reached the edge, as the mountain of snakes coming towards them had died silently by now and had already started to rot and vanish. We need to get him out. He's likely in bad condition. He must be solarium deprived. Sir Dalaran didn't hide the urgency. How do we get there? How deep is it? Gabriel wondered. Thud. The mist has started to disappear. Bishop Lazark finally came out of the stone golem, battered and bloodied as well. He then walked to the edge of the pit and frowned. We can't have Lord Bard stay there. Let me help. How? We all lack solarium. We can't create stairs to the bottom even if we all tried. Gabriel argued, frowning. He was thinking about calling Felix, as he'd have perfect magic right now. But it appeared Bishop Lazark had his ways. The stone golem didn't disappear and now started to climb down the pit slowly. I am a necromancer. Did you forget that, priest? At least it might bring Lord Bard up. But what they didn't notice was that the little invisible cat also jumped onto the back of the golem and waited to reach down. He was also worried for his son. How was he going to live without his Makesi? It was already saddening to him. Makesi? Murrej meowed loudly once he knew the people above couldn't hear him. Everything was dark, however, as no light reached that deep, not when there were dark clouds in the sky. Tib-tib. Whoosh. However, it appeared as if the heavens were crying for some reason, as the rain started to pour and made the golem lose its grip, sending it sliding down straight to the bottomless pit. Muaha! Murrej was screaming and holding onto the golem for his dear life. Whatever number it was, he was not taking any chances. Boom! Then with a loud thud, the golem fell onto the bottom and shattered into stone and mud. Murrej was safe, thankfully, and soon cleaned himself quickly with his tongue. But now that he looked around, he felt scared as it was all dark. Makesi, where are you? Makesi. Murrej ran around, trying to find the body in pitch-black darkness. It was not a large space, so he reckoned if he ran enough, he'd eventually stumble onto him. But seeing Sylvester was not replying to his shouts, he felt worried. Don't leave me, please. I don't want to be alone again. Muraj cried loudly and ran around frantically. To Sylvester, he may just be another being in his life, but to Muraj, Sylvester was his everything, as clear by his cries. Thud. Running around, Muraj finally fell down as he tripped on something. He quickly returned to the spot and tapped around, and there he felt the silky hair of Sylvester. Makesy, don't worry, I'll save you. Muraj started to vomit quickly, and soon took out a bag full of more solarium crystals. It was a treasure in itself that Sylvester had illegally compiled. They had likely spent more in this one fight than the gross domestic product of many small viscounties by now. Muraj didn't know how to use magic, but he knew how to make Sylvester good. So he quickly took out a handful of solarium crystals, shoved them into his mouth, and then forced his jaws to chew on them. The crystals soon melted like sugar and disappeared. Makesy, why are you looking so thin? Are you dead? Muraj cried and put his head on the chest to listen to the heart. Bam! But all of a sudden, two arms caught him in a hug and plastered him on the chest. Muraj happily slid to the top and started to lick Sylvester's dirty face to clean him, for he was his child, and it was his duty. Sylvester chuckled as the first thing he saw after activating a little magic was Muraj's furry, cute, white chubby face. You truly seem like an angel right now, Muraj. Come, let me kiss your forehead. Sylvester left a big nasty slurp on Muraj's head, which obviously annoyed the cat as he tried to get away, but was held by Sylvester. Let go, that's so dirty, Muraj cried. Sylvester scoffed. Yeah, that's what I feel when you lick my face. Both of them fell silent then and looked at each other's faces. Then, in an instant, they burst into laughter, both feeling much relaxed in body and mind. You're very strong, Makesy. Sylvester sighed and tried to get up. Yes, but clearly not enough. Let's get out of here now. He took more solarium crystals and started eating them like they were little snacks. Even Muraj was given a few to eat. The strange thing was they could never tell what the crystal tasted like. All they knew was that it felt amazing, refreshing. Sylvester, however, was silently worrying for himself. He noticed how thin his arms and legs were looking. It was as if he had lost all his muscles. His veins were clearly visible, popping out, and his wrist was so thin now that he could circle them with his index finger and thumb and still leave space for Muraj's fat paws. What is wrong with me? This happened the last time as well. I should be a dead boy now, but here I am. Sylvester wondered in confusion. His own body was a mystery at times, and he didn't like it as it left things uncertain. How is everything at the top? He asked. It's raining, and everybody is worried for you, Chonky answered while chewing on the crystals. Sylvester took a long breath and forced himself to stand up. Let's go up then, or who knows, Sir Dalaran might just jump down. But he was obviously not going to use light magic to walk up, as that would take a lot of solarium. Instead, the way up was with the air element. Chonky, hold onto me tight, we're going to fly. So the cat wrapped his arms around Sylvester's neck and prepared for whatever was to come. Then, all of a sudden, from Sylvester's palm came a tornado of air and started to lift them up. Sylvester kept on increasing the intensity, and soon, in that confined space, the tornado acted like a geothermal geyser. Muraj was enjoying this more than anything. Air hit their faces, and soon raindrops came from the sky. One good thing it did was refresh them, but Sylvester knew he was already on thin ice and couldn't use too much solarium or might risk falling unconscious again. My God, how deep did I fall? And I made this. He was in awe as even after 10 seconds, they were rising up into the air. The exit had finally started to get bigger exponentially, however. Whoosh! Then, at once, they thrust out of the pit and appeared in the open sky for a few seconds. But by then, Sylvester had started to feel weak, and when they began to fall back down, he cursed as the pit was still under them. So he used a final push of air with his right hand and threw himself to the edge of the pit, where he fell hard with a thud and rolled into the mud, getting dirtier than before. Murad had already jumped off, however, and was clear. The rain seemed to be falling hard at the moment, as everything appeared hazy around. But soon the footsteps of the mud resounded and Gabriel arrived. "Max, are you good?" Sylvester nodded, but at the same time contradicted himself. "Do I look good? Give me a piggyback now and be my mare." Bam! Gabriel punched his arm lightly and laughed. "Stop joking, man." Sylvester sighed and relaxed with his eyes closed. "It's the best way to cope with pain and exhaustion. How is everything on your side? Did the snake stop?" Sir Dalaram and Bishop Lazark knelt beside him too. The old knight quickly started putting some sort of lotion on his wounds. "They melted away with the rain after you killed the bloodling. They were just empty husks." "I'm glad." However, Bishop Lazark was in awe of Sylvester and refused to address him as just a priest. "I feel honored for the spectacle you showed me today, Lord Bard. You truly are worthy of being called God's favored." "Great, another worshipper of mine." Sylvester cheered silently as he felt the strong scent of tulips. But the truth was, Sylvester could not move too much right now, so he was dependent on them for now. "We need to cover this hole, or else if someone falls in it, it'll be instant death." Sir Dalaram nodded and created earth runes over the whole pit's mouth and erected a flat covering of earth on it. "As long as nobody tries to dig here, they won't fall anymore." "Shall we return then?" Gabriel asked. They had just spent a few hours in the mountains, but that was enough to make them hate it. Sylvester agreed. "Let's do that and return to the Holy Land at the quickest, this time with a new little bard in training." Gabriel chuckled, knowing who he was talking about. "Are you sure about taking Shane along? He's just a kid, a bit too kind-hearted." Even Sir Dalaram chimed in and took Sylvester's side. "He's old enough, and his talents of being an arch-wizard someday can be a boon. Priest Sylvester making him his apprentice is even better. But first, we should take a look at the bloodling's nest. Oftentimes, they are hoarders who keep precious items with them." Sylvester's eyes shined in an instant, and he winked at Murad. The good chubby cat also understood the task very well and saluted with his paws. The Bank of Chonky was once again open for taking more treasures in. "Let's go then." Sylvester stood up with Gabriel's help and walked along with the rest. The mist had already disappeared, so everything was now clear. Sir Dalaram seemed to have seen the nest before, so he took them directly in a direction. Eventually, they arrived in a small crater at the side of a mountain, not too deep but enough to hold water in it, drowning whatever treasure was in. Sylvester walked to the edge and picked a fist-sized strange rock. It was pitch black with shining blue veins all over it. His hand even shivered, holding it, as he felt everything he did today was worth it for this maddening reward of unimaginable proportions, worth more than gold and silver fortunes. This is a Skyrim. Chapter 124, Burning Dreams. This is a Skyrim, Sylvester exclaimed. He had read about this when he was reading about the most precious items in the world. This was one of the top items there. Skyrim was one of the strongest metallic materials known in the world, with magical properties to be highly durable and in harmony with magic. It was the best thing one could build armor out of, and supposedly, there were just 5 full-body armors made of Skyrims in the entire Sol. But sadly, throughout history, all 5 armors have been stolen, divided, and lost, so no single full armor exists. Not only that, even if one finds many new Skyrims now, one can never make armor because this knowledge resides with dwarves of Bisteria only. Since it's an ancient gate-kept art, it's impossible to find and enslave dwarves who know how to work on it as they don't travel. And those enslaved dwarves who knew had long passed away. "Well, let's first get rid of the water here and see what we can find," Sylvester suggested. though he had winked at Murad to make him look for more such stones and store them. Unfortunately, however, there was no hope of finding gold as the people the bloodling killed were poor and were running away from war. Sir Dalorm and Gabriel did the work and drained the water from the small crater. Then, they found a few more gems, such as diamonds and other materials that one could find in the wild. There were also a few gold ores in the shape of random blocks too. Priest Sylvester should keep them, Bishop Lazark voiced. You used so many light and solarium crystals here. I cannot even imagine how much wealth you spent on them, but they kept me and all of us alive, so I can never bring myself to take these. Sylvester glanced at the man in amazement. Brilliant, a good clergyman who is honest and willing to see beyond one's eyes. Thank you, and yes, they did leave a dent in my pockets, Sylvester replied. Although he lied, he was not going to let go of this fantastic opportunity to fill his coffers. Still, he was not that heartless since they did help him, so he gave each one a small skygem and a few other diamonds. Let's head back now. I'm sure Felix is going crazy waiting for our return. The town will finally be free of the evil presence. Hopefully, we can heal the schizophrenia with this. Sylvester prepared to make the journey back. Since they had not brought horses, they had to trek back all the way, and it was also turning dark slowly, so they had to rush a little. It was a slow journey, sadly, because of Sylvester, as he was too weakened, and his body needed time to heal. How are you going to write the report, Bishop? Sylvester asked on the way. I will only write the report until the part where I encounter you at the town's gates. Beyond that, I was a part of your assignment, so you will have to fill in from there, Bishop replied. Sylvester instantly smelled a hint of worship and lies. It was a strange combination, and only one reason could make sense. Bishop Lazark didn't know what to write about the fight, especially regarding the crystals, because that would raise questions about why a little priest had so much wealth. Sylvester didn't say anything in response and accepted the proposal. In reality, none of them had the energy to say anything. They wished only to return and fall asleep. I hope Cardinal Suprema of the region got my letter for the refugees. As long as these people surround the town, the trade will always suffer, Sylvester thought. Slowly, they crossed the mountains and returned to the last turn from where the open desert fields would take them directly to the Sphinx town. Since the rain was still raging over them, they reckoned the people must be dancing in joy right now, as rainfall was rare around these parts. With this rain, the winter will finally arrive and take over the entire region other than the Holy Land, Sir Dalorm commented while looking at the sky. Sylvester also looked up and noticed the dense clouds. It seems the rain will last long. I wonder what wait, those do not look like clouds. Sylvester frowned and ran forward with whatever strength he had to cross the last turn in the valley and come out of the mountains. Others followed behind him, noticing the bizarre thing in the sky. Boom! The thunder roared as if laughing at them all. The moment they arrived at the opening, their jaws had fallen. Right in front of them in the distance, they could see the Sphinx town, burning and being razed to the ground as the boundary walls fell. What happened? Did the refugees attack them? Sylvester exclaimed and ran towards the town as fast as he could while holding his spear. Since they were at the back side of the town, they decided to go to the front and see the status of the refugee camp, which would tell if it was them who did this. I don't think this was them. They can't bring such chaos so fast, Bishop Lazark noted, and this was happening in everyone's head, but they wished not to accept that before seeing it themselves. Felix should have been able to stop all the refugees if the situation had called for it. So what the hell happened here? Sylvester wondered. And then they arrived at the front of the town and saw the horrors that could not be described. There lay bodies upon bodies, mercilessly killed. Some were cut into pieces, while most were thrown around, burnt. All the tents the refugees had set were turned to soot, as the fire had done its work as the rain made things worse. There was bloody batter everywhere. Sylvester even found a few intact bodies, but they were all dead. He tried to look for any sign of life and found nothing but silence. "What the hell happened here?" Gabriel exclaimed in anger and helplessness. Sylvester, meanwhile, smelled nothing but misery, death, and sorrow in the air, still lingering from what had happened here. "Felix, where is he?" Sylvester questioned and looked around. But seeing him nowhere, he ran towards the town's gates. The walls could not be called walls anymore, as they were burning ragingly. The four rushed and reached the large metal gates. To their shock, they were not just blasted away, but there appeared to be a large hole as if someone had melted the metal. And to their horror, as soon as they stepped inside, they were gifted with the sight that sent shivers down their spine. As there remained Felix's form, kneeling on the ground while facing the gates. His head was held low while the rain soaked his hair, and his arms rested on the hilt of the broken sword in front of him on which he rested his forehead. He appeared to be burnt, and his body was bloodied beyond recognition. There was no movement, however, as Sylvester walked towards his best friend. Sylvester knew, however, that Felix was not dead, but broken he undoubtedly was. The smell of foul rotten meat of sadness, the chills of fear, and the spices of the rage mixed together made it clear that Felix had fought a battle no different from his own. He knelt down in front of the man, ignoring the burning town, and patted his shoulder. "Felix." However, in response only came a little sob, not of tears but of anger. I couldn't stop them, Max. I failed. I couldn't do anything. His tendons have been cut. That's why he can't stand up," Bishop Lazar commented as he quickly tried to give first aid to Felix. "I can heal them." Sylvester nodded and didn't talk to anyone. Instead, he walked straight into the town, towards the monastery, looking for survivors. But his way went through the various small districts. The houses had burnt down and now just spewed smoke. There were bodies littered on streets, similarly some burnt, some chopped, and some just dead. There were men, women, and even kids. Nobody was spared. Sylvester's heart sank as a young boy's smile resurfaced in his mind, of the boy who was always so determined to become like him one day. But he kept himself hopeful and made a run towards the monastery. On his way, sometimes the walls of the houses fell on him. Sometimes the smoke covered his way. The darkness from the smoke had turned the day to a night. "Shane," Sylvester called for the boy since he considered him to be smart enough. But when he arrived, all he saw was a still burning monastery and dozens of corpses outside. The scent of death, not as a threat, lingered around him and overwhelmed his emotions. He had recognized many faces as just a day before they were listening to his hymns, saluting him, or giving him gifts. What brought this destruction to this town? Why? Sylvester wondered the same thing repeatedly as he ran into the monastery. "Kid, can you hear me?" He called for the boy and checked each room while dousing the flames with magic. He was on the verge of collapsing from exhaustion, but he forced himself not to as adrenaline kept alive his frustration. He checked each room and called for the boy, yet all he found were burning bodies and fire raging, leaving everything destroyed. Sylvester had no obligations towards that kid, nor was he related to him, but he liked him for his unwavering will and perseverance to become his student. Sylvester never considered taking in an apprentice before, as he always felt on edge with people, but the boy left no stones unturned to show he was not like others. The scent of emotions, after all, doesn't lie, and the boy also had the talent to go very high. Bam! Sylvester kicked the final door on the way to the monastery's basement, but as he entered, the fire appeared to be raging even more under there. Whoosh! Sylvester quickly used air manipulation to end the fire and looked around. It appeared the ceiling had fallen in a few places. "Oh, Shane!" All of a sudden, his sense was alerted as a sudden strong punch of emotion of love took over his mind. This was the love of a mother, and there was also fear combined. Sylvester knew someone was around there, so he started lifting off every fallen ceiling. 1, 2, 3, and more. He kept going until he reached the one that mattered the most. With great effort he lifted it off. Thud! And there he saw. The horror, the scene made him fall to his knees and crumble apart even the tough walls around Sylvester's heart. Shane Kidd. As he saw, there remained the naked body of Shane's mother, sitting with crossed legs, and there was Shane in her arms, who she shielded with her body, sacrificing herself. Kid, Sylvester dragged himself closer to them, as he also felt his body finally give up, for he wished such fate to befall not even on his enemies. He tried to extend his hand to hold them, but it was all a mess as the fire had gotten to them. Shane's mother had her entire back with hair and her face burnt. In her arms, Shane's tiny frame remained stuck to her skin as the heat of the fire melted them into each other. He could see she was dead, and the last expressions were of pain, frown, hope, and fear for the one in her arms, her son, who, sadly, she couldn't protect from the fire that had dawned over them. Love here. Shane, Sylvester noticed the painful groan. He moved closer quickly and tried to heal him with his magic. But the fate that awaited them was nothing but tragic. Shane's eyes had also melted away, and his face was beyond recognition. Yet, the boy somehow tried to raise his disfigured hand with whatever strength remained. Sylvester held it quickly and forced all the magic he could muster. Mirage, give me all the Solarium crystals. Kid, don't push, I will save you. But he had already lost hope, as the boy hardly breathed his last words in whispers. PPRist, Shane tried to speak. Sylvester forced him to shut up, as his own face seemed pale as the night moon's, having lost too much in his body. SHH, you will live for your mum. Although innocent were the next words spoken, they were profound enough to leave Sylvester heartbroken. Murmured the little boy weakly, as he gasped for one more breath. Why you lied, monster low look like us. Sylvester tried to do something, anything, but the eerie silence was all that greeted him as the little hand in his palm fell limp. A smile was erased forever. The giggles, playful schemes, dreams, and crude recitals of hymns would remain just a memory, just another name that became another part of the dark history. Chapter 125, Facing the Reality. Sylvester sat there silently, staring at the lifeless body of Shane and his mother. How could everything turn out so bad so suddenly? He had killed the bloodling. The town should have been in a festive mood, not this wasteland. Bam! The monastery was falling apart slowly since the floors above were still covered in fire. But Sylvester remained there, staring at the burnt face of Shane, wondering how much the pain must have been for the little kid. Makesy, Mirage tried to warn Sylvester of the approaching fire. Sylvester breathed out and closed his eyes before standing up abruptly. Life in this world, to call it uncertain is an understatement. I hope you find peace and warmth in the next life, Shane Colt, and you too, Lady Colt. Sylvester stepped back and let out the fire magic. Since it was magical, its effects were much quicker than normal and soon turned both bodies into ash. Chunky, do you have any containers to store their ashes? Mirage nodded and quickly got Sylvester a small metal flask. Sylvester didn't waste a moment, gathered some ashes and walked back. He was shaken and his mind was saddened. But life must go on, which was one thing he was good at pushing himself for. Bam! As he walked away, the monastery started to collapse, and by the time he got out, it was in ruins. He stopped there and took one last glance at it. I guess this town was not haunted by the bloodling but a curse. Max. Just then, Sir Dalorum and Gabriel arrived with a makeshift stretcher with them, on which Felix rested. They probably hoped to use the monastery for shelter. Sylvester did not reply, however, and looked around at the Sphinx town. For as far as he could see, the houses were gone, the distant town's walls were gone. The destruction was inhumane and not something a simple fire could do. "Did you find someone alive there?" Gabriel asked him. Of course, he didn't want to take the name, fearing the worst. Sylvester just showed a flask full of ashes. He died painfully. Now there was a hint of anger in his voice. Shane's death did make a dent, but the real outrage was aimed at how he died. The cries of pain and help, for nobody to come, that was frustrating to imagine. Sylvester walked up to Felix, who appeared to be in a state of shock as well, with his eyes open yet hazy. "Who was it?" Felix scowled all of a sudden and rage took over him. He started hitting his own head with the healed hand. "I don't know, they came out of nowhere and started killing. I tried my best, but I was just a toy in their eyes. We're fucking weak, Max. We're nobodies. Shane, he died trying to save the patients in the monastery, only for it all to go to waste. I couldn't do anything, nothing. They just..." But who were they? What did they do? Sylvester abruptly stopped as he was inquiring further. "Buffy." Thud. Suddenly, Sylvester felt as if he was 1,000 feet underwater, and his body was being pressurized from all sides, pulling him down and inwards. What's happening? At another glance, he noticed Sir Dalorum, Gabriel, Bishop Lazark, and even Felix were in a similar situation, falling to the ground flat on their bellies, panic clear in their eyes and unable to sit up. They appeared worse than him. Clicking. Clicking. The sound of something periodically hitting the ground resounded from behind them. Sylvester could not see anything as he was looking away from them. "This is bad." The scent told him a lot, however. "Why is this feeling of death here? It's even worse than that, bloodling. What's there? Assassins." Sylvester was never going to accept his death without even facing the enemy, so he poured all his remaining physical strength into getting up. He also started to sing hymns in his mind and create that halo, as he believed it would give him some sort of a boost. He put everything in it, albeit feeling the body-shattering force hurting every cell in his body. Slowly he got to his knee and started to turn around. "I can't. What is this pressure? How are they holding us down without touching us?" Sylvester finally turned around, yet couldn't stand on his feet, so he remained sitting on his knees. The rain was going even harder at this point, making it hazy. But at one glance, Sylvester could figure out there were at least 5 figures, ranging from as tall as 7 feet to as short as 5. Shane's last words rang in his ears, making him wonder. These must be the monsters. The 5 figures slowly walked closer and finally showed their faces. It appeared there were 4 men and 1 woman, all wearing strange clothing of varying colors. One of them was 7 feet tall, like a giant. "Oh no, look what we did to the famous bard. His clothes have been spoiled." The slender woman, bright red-haired in 2 ponytails, wearing a noble pink gown too big for her size, walked closer to Sylvester and knelt a little to lift his head from the chin. Sylvester looked at her face closely, and he knew what that smile meant. It was sadistic and mocking him, while the sense told him these were no allies, for there was the bitterness of death still lingering. Her red eyes, too, held a look of uncaring. Sylvester had to push hard to speak. "Who are you?" He, the woman jumped back like a doll while laughing. "Such a strong boy, Master Null. Can I open him and see where the light comes from? Pretty please." "What madness is this?" "No, Spine, we need him alive. He's far too valuable that way." The man named Null, a tall, serious-looking man in gray robes with a white hood, replied. Sylvester only felt the aura of death from this man, who appeared too creepy with his strange yellow eyes. Sylvester could not understand who these people were. Not to mention, how were they holding him down all this time? "Who sent you?" he questioned in complex growls. The woman skipped back to him. "Honey, we came here on our own. We are just working like you are. Oh, who do we have here? Isn't this your little brother, Exten?" I wonder how good his necromancy has gotten now. Sylvester didn't fail to realize that detail. It appeared the 7-foot-tall man in oversized brown robes was the elder brother of Bishop Lazark. Sylvester groaned in pain as the pressure on his body increased suddenly. Thud. The man named Null walked closer and pushed Sylvester further down by placing his foot on the back. His eyes appeared uncaring and rageful. You are worth nothing, little priest. Your light, your hymns, none of them matter. You have not even started walking the path many have almost crossed. Look at yourself, utterly helpless, frail. This is your reality, and it shall remain the same forever. Sylvester grunted and asked, "Why did you kill people? What do you want?" "So you have not recognized us yet. Perhaps you're too lowly to be allowed to. We are the Void Keepers, little priest. We ensure the faith remains eternal. We ensure the Lord's enemies can't see the light of day. This little town." Null looked around at the destroyed town and sighed. "They sinned against the faith. They harbored the man named Jax years ago. I've learned you know him too. Poor thing, even that information is too high for you. This." All of a sudden, Null's voice turned rageful and his eyes turned red. "This town harbored Julius Aurelius Alexander, the head of Antilight. That in itself condemned them to death, but they lived a few more years, regrettably." Sylvester growled back. Jax was the one who helped the town when the monastery's men escaped, leaving the doors open for desert cannibals. "And?" Null asked in an uncaring tone. "Heathens are heathens. They deserve to die, and the same shall be the fate of all who help him. He is the greatest enemy of the faith, and whoever assists him, their death won't be delayed." Sylvester fell silent as he knew there was nothing he could do to stop them. Today, he hated himself because of how powerless he felt. He never tried to walk the path to attain strength at all cost, for he wished for peace, but here he was, reminded that even if he pursued peace, someone would always be ready to destroy it. And because of this, even Shane died. Because he was weak, he lay in the dirt while the enemies mocked him. "Did the church authorize these actions?" Sylvester questioned in disappointment. The woman named Spine giggled. "We are Void Keepers, dear. We don't need permission by law. No, let's kill all of them. Nobody will know. I'm sure he will appreciate it. Don't you agree, 00?" Sylvester struggled to move, even in the slightest. "I am a god's favored to kill me us is a crime." The third man, 00, sneered. "Pathetic." Null scoffed with a little chuckle. "Do you seriously dream of becoming the Pope? Laughable at best. You are no threat to anyone, little priest. And that, the so-called sword of the Lord, both of you are pathetically weak. You shall remain so no matter how much strength you seek." Bam! Suddenly the man knelt and held Sylvester's face up by clutching his hair. Do you hear me? Your songs are mere entertainment. For the real world, it's nothing. You can't even stand up to my soul magic and dream of sitting at the top." Sylvester tried pushing the exchange for as long as possible to gather some energy. He had to do something as he felt the scent of death increasing by the second. Still, the words the man said struck him like an arrow. Bam! Null let Sylvester's head go and fall to the ground. "Only the brightest of light reaches the holy throne, young bard. Your golden halo is too small, for the great silver outshines all." He moved back and ordered the woman, "Spine, let the bard and the sword go. Kill the rest of them." The woman pouted, skipped to Sir Dolorum and swiftly grabbed him by his throat. This one's a pretty man, sad he'll die." Sylvester breathed heavily as he tried his best to move and attack, but the pressure on his body fought him and stopped him. "Fuck, this is bad, I have to do something." He had no option but to use it one more time, as the only way to stop them was by scaring them. He knew not if he could, but that was the only way, for light was one power that could ignore everything else in the world. So he started to force himself and pushed his palm to the front, aimed at the group of 4 in the distance. Then he sang under his breath, as he could not speak aloud. There is death and destruction of innocence for no real reason. Their only crime was of being weak. Is it too much, the justice I seek? In breath I sing, just this one last time. Let your light come out of this hymn. Abruptly, a bright golden light appeared on his palm and sent out a beam of liquid light, burning brighter than anything imaginable, ready to destroy everything in its path. Boom! It was so fast and bright that it gave no time for anyone to move. But they were still strong and sharp and jumped aside, being able to do so since the beam of light was not as big and wide anymore. This time, it didn't require Sylvester to stop as the light abruptly vanished on its own. Exhausted, he tried hard not to let his eyes shut. He killed 00, the woman screamed madly. His beam of light had brushed past one of them and easily melted away half of the body, as now only the legs remained still standing there. Sylvester's face fell hard in the mud this time as he lost all strength, but still, he soon looked up with a wide grin that appeared nothing but grim. His eyes, nose, and ears started to bleed, making him seem like a demon. Go ahead, Sylvester spoke calmly. Kill them, but remember my name, for I will come after you. Not today, not tomorrow, but one day I will, and ensure there remains nothing you love. Sylvester was making a bluff by threatening them since they could not kill him, lest they invite the wrath of the Pope. 10, 20, or 30 years, I will stand on your corpse, so go ahead, kill them. Chapter 126. O great king of bards! Sylvester sensed some doubts in their minds, so he decided not to push it as antagonizing them might have the opposite effect. This was the rule of taunting. Don't do it so much that the other person feels obliged to respond. Instead, Sylvester kept staring into the eyes of Null, who was undoubtedly the leader of these Void Keepers. There was a fierceness in Sylvester's eyes as he started the man down. He made it clear that what he said was not an empty threat. Yes, he would go to any length to kill them, no matter how long it takes. He has done it once, he can do it again. Of course, Null didn't know it, but just looking into Sylvester's eyes made him feel subconsciously small, as if he was in front of not a young boy, but a seasoned veteran who had seen all the evil that the world had to throw at him. You're threatening us, little youngling, yo. Stop it, Spine, Null ordered the woman. We're leaving, our work is done here, we need to head south. But what about these? These 3 are not God's favored. We can kill them, right? She tried to argue with him. Bloodlust was apparent in her voice. We must kill anyone who knows us, and he killed 00, or perhaps you're scared. Slap. Null suddenly appeared in front of the woman as if he just teleported and slapped her with the back of her hand while donning a cold face. I can have you beheaded for this disrespect to your senior, Spine. I'm sorry, she apologized, her head held low. I didn't hear you, say it loud so all can hear, Null pushed. She suddenly cried loudly and ran away. I'm sorry. Null ignored her spoiled theatrics and eyed Sylvester again. Welcome to the game, Bard. Let's see how far you can go as a sapling so small. Will you survive or die when the giant shall fall? Sylvester didn't have much strength left to speak any longer. So he remained there and glared at the man with his golden eyes. Null eventually stepped back to gather what was left of 00 and moved out of the town with his team, headed south towards the Sorrow Kingdom to do God knows what. With the peace of mind that the threat was gone, Sylvester finally allowed himself to fall unconscious as the headache was killing him. His body had already lost more than half its weight and mass, and blood was now a rarity. Max! As soon as the pressure on their bodies was gone, Gabriel shouted and ran to his best friend. Even Felix crawled beside Sylvester as he had faced a similar humiliation not long ago. Let him be, Sir Dalaram ordered, since he was there the last time Sylvester had fallen sick after the fight with the bloodling. He now needed blood and Solarium crystals the most. Let us find an intact shelter and rest there. We shall think about the next step after recuperating. Priest Felix also needs urgent medical attention. Sir Dalorum and Gabriel were in the best state right now, not fully healed but still much better. So the two first moved out to look for a place to spend the night as the heavens continued to cry its tears upon them. What? Sylvester felt like he was floating in the clouds, engulfed in darkness. He had no idea where he was until a familiar and haunting view appeared. He saw little white snakes flying around everywhere, moving to win the race. Sylvester felt saddened that he died this way, and after living for so many years, growing up as a kid, and now it was all a game over. However, he had no motivation anymore and didn't even want to live again. So he aimlessly just moved around and saw other snakes being snakes. "Hey, how are you, Max? Long time." Sylvester was shocked that someone called him, so he looked at one snake, a bit too large in size. "Felix, what are you doing here?" "I'm here too." Gabriel appeared too. "Me too." Marcus' voice also came. Sylvester felt speechless beyond belief. What? How are we all in the same space? Meow meow makesy. Chonky. Sylvester was shocked to see a cat-headed white snake. Sylvester's mind went blank. "You're a cat, this is impossible, is this a dream?" In an instant, Sylvester tried to imagine things per his wishes and turned all the little white snakes into white cats, similar to Murrej. Then he imagined a surrounding, a memory from the past, his original house back on Earth. But sadly, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember the face of his beloved Diana. It just appeared blank as her form appeared in the surroundings. Sylvester tried harder as he remembered all their moments together, all the lovely conversations, but why not the face? Leaving it aside, he tried to imagine things from this world, Marcus, who had left them too soon. Then Xavia, who was doing what she usually does, humming one of his hymns and cooking something good in the kitchen. This suddenly dawned a realization in his mind. I have so much to lose in this life now. I may never trust people, but I care for them, for Felix, for Sir Dalorum, for Chonky, and for Xavia. He tried to imagine the scene from the past when he was about to die, being thrown into the pyre. What if it had ended right here? What if Lord Inquisitor had never arrived? What would have happened to Xavia? And then Chonky's figure appeared in front of him, sitting alone, sadly looking out of the building in the Holy Land, still waiting for his beloved caretaker even after 500 years. His eyes were full of hope and loneliness. "I've brought so much change to the lives of all around me. The butterfly of chaos has already fluttered its wings once I took my first breath here. Yet my battles are the same with just a new frontier, and to survive is the only game on which I must thrive." Eventually, the scenes changed, and he found himself standing in the empty Pope's palace in the room of the high seat, where the throne coveted by many remained, shining in its glory and gold. He walked to it and just watched it, never even touching it. He stared at it blankly and then moved back a step. "What must it cost to rest on you? Is it worth paying? Or will you be the reason for my body decaying?" Sylvester shut his senses away and returned to the darkness with his body floating in nothingness. He knew not when he'd wake up, but he hoped the damage was not too much. What? Boom! The thunder was striking the lands as if the heavens were falling. The four sat close under the roof of a wooden house they had fixed recently. They had lit a fire in the middle of the hall and ate their fill. Thankfully among them, only Felix was physically injured beyond the point of being able to walk smoothly. He was still lying down beside the fire but was awoken. Still, the frustration was apparent on his face. After all, he lost badly. How did that man move so fast? I didn't even see him, and before I knew it, he had cut my body. Bishop Lazark, who seemed to be more knowledgeable, replied, "That was X9, the 9th member of the 13 Void Keepers, 12 now, thanks to Lord Bard. Each one of them is the best of the best. with the strangest abilities you can find in the world. They are usually mentally deranged, cruel, and above all, they are loyal dogs. Nobody likes them, but they hold the most authority. You were likely defeated by X9 singing sword style. Felix sighed as his eyes flashed. So that's singing style. I did only hear a musical humming of air being cut by his sword, never knew what it was. What about you? Heads turned as it was Sylvester speaking from the sleeping mattress beside the fire. He seemed fine now from the look on his face, but his body remained thin as before, so he didn't move much. Are you and Exten related? Bishop Lazar clenched his fist and took down the hood of his robe, showing his bald, pale head that he rubbed annoyedly. Sadly, yes, he's my elder brother. I haven't seen him in 10 years. He became a void keeper now, it seems. Well, we never got along since we were kids, and after our parents passed away, we were both taken in by our old mentor. He taught us necromancy. But then my brother tried secretly experimenting by attempting to mutate me with a chameleon's blood. Thankfully, he was caught by our mentor and expelled, but it seems the church found a use for him as a loyal dog. The man looked into the fire as he finished his short story. Sylvester sighed and didn't say anything as he knew everyone had a sob story, one worse than the other. He finally got up. Let's head out. The rain will not stop anytime soon. Clean up the town and burn the dead, or soon the place will be infested with creatures of the night and undead. But your health, Sir Dalarum tried to force him back. Sylvester pushed the old knight's hand away. I'm fine, Sir Dalarum. The crystals have done their magic. I can walk and use basic magic, don't worry. We should leave for the Fallshoot village tomorrow and get a horse and carriage from there. Felix also got up slowly despite being in a bit of pain. Yeah, I wish to return home now, if I can even call it that. Truly, all of them were shaken by what had occurred today. The church itself inflicted unnecessary wrath on poor innocents already suffering. None of them spoke it out loud, but right now, they could somewhat understand why the Anti-Light was gaining influence. That night, as decided, all 5 of them walked around the town and burned the dead while flattening the breaking buildings. The work was not too much. Burning could also be done with simple fire crystals, saving their own magic. They continued to work until the first light in the morning and the last drop of rain, and eventually gathered back in front of the monastery. However, the clouds still appeared dark. But it was time to say goodbye to the land, the lost town of Sphinx. Luckily, one of the horses had run away at first sight of fire and was found outside the town, a little burnt and scared. It was Frost, Sylvester's white stallion. The others had likely died. So they healed the horse first, and then patched up a crude carriage with the help of an already broken one. Then, all 5 climbed on and decided to head back. Felix was in even worse physical condition than Sylvester, so he was made to lie down in the back, with Gabriel and Bishop sitting beside him, while Sylvester and Sir Dalarum held onto the reins. Sylvester took one final glance at the area before they headed towards the exit. All burnt now, nothing like the cheerful and colorful town that used to be. Max here. Suddenly, as they started moving, Felix tugged Sylvester and extended a small crumpled booklet. Isn't this mine? Sylvester recognized it was the book of hymns he had given to Shane. As he remembered the cheerful face of the kid, he opened to look. To his surprise, he found there was an addition to the written material, so he read silently and fell into silence. His eyes widened. Finally, the first sign of genuine sorrow appeared on his face. Thud. Max. Priest. Sylvester suddenly jumped off the carriage and ran back towards the monastery. The others shouted for him. Only Felix remained silent. He only stopped outside the burned-down monastery and used magic to lift off a massive piece of sleek stone rudely and placed it into the soil, so only a part was visible. Then, he deeply carved something on it. Here lived the kind and strong Shane Colt, the little bard, apprentice of Sylvester Maximilian. Chapter 127, S-Ranked Bounty. John Hayward was the leader of the Sneaky Stormers. It was a bounty hunting group that he made on his own. Over the years, he grew it full of 30 members. Initially, he didn't want to exceed 5, but as he realized that nobody wished to join him due to his low talents, he saw an opportunity in numbers. After all, one ant may not be able to lift the prey, but 100 ants can surely do it. So, he looked for people with the same struggles as him who wanted to be bounty hunters, but were lower ranked than a master wizard or silver knight. He may not have a remarkable appearance, standing just 5'5" and with a bald head and a beardless face, but his voice still helped him, which made him appear wise and confident. Perhaps the reason why all the members follow his lead. As of now, John needed a new hunt. He needed money to keep the group together, or else the Sneaky Stormers would be forced to disband, as they would not even be able to pay the Assassin Guild the fees. That would mean they can never take another job and earn money. So this time, they decided to hit big, because his informants revealed to him that the priest with a bounty of 100,000 gold was riding along on the desert roads, headed to the governor's keep in the north. He was told that the party the priest traveled with seemed to be injured and battered, creating a perfect opportunity for his group to hide and storm the enemy. SHH, don't move and keep your eyes on the road. The moment their wheels get stuck, we shall storm, ordered John to his men as he and the other 30 stormers hid behind large rocks on the sides of the road. However, a subordinate of John didn't have his heart in the job. "Boss, didn't we decide never to mess with the church back then? Then why are we doing it now?" John licked his dried lips greedily and replied, "Remy, 100,000 gold will keep us funded for months, and completing a job of such a level will get us enough reputation that we won't ever have to worry about jobs. And with better money, we shall hire stronger members, wizards and knights of Arch-Wizard and Golden Knight ranks. Just imagine." "Pah! Attack!" John screamed at the top of his lungs as soon as the loud horn resounded. They were calm and cheering since this was the desert road, and rarely would there be any travelers, so they had all the time needed. John only saw the stopped broken carriage being pulled by a single white horse. At the reins, he noticed a man with blonde hair and golden eyes sitting calmly, but also appeared to be hurt and weak. "Sylvester Maximilian, come with us and none of your partners needs to get hurt by this. We only want you," he shouted confidently while the rest of his men stood beside him, arms folded and weapons brandished. "Haha, we have you greatly outnumbered. Even a master wizard can fall to a dozen adept wizards. Come now, bring me your golden head." John was gloating in his mind the whole time. His confidence was even bolstered as he noticed the remaining men in the carriage also seemed out of shape. What's he doing now? John was confused as he saw the blond man coldly looking at him and showing him the palm and emitting light magic before erupting in a hymn that made a godly halo. "We have met, it is all God's plan. Your fate was sealed as your life began. Bask in my light as this may bring you peace. Don't look up or your breath may cease." "Fuck!" John looked up instantly and cursed. Out of nowhere, there hovered hundreds of long, golden spears made of some sort of light. "I pray, may the holy light enlighten your path. I bless you not to be saved from the Lord's wrath." Whoosh! Bam! Bam! To John's horror, he saw the spears falling down like rain, and they were not just made of lights, they were as solid as steel. No mercy! Frightened, he jumped away as he was at the front, but his 30 men were not as lucky. As spears after spears fell, his men, the stormers, all of them got pierced through their eyes, mouths, and necks and got planted into the sandy road like scarecrows. On the desert road, today appeared a sea of blood. Some who didn't die instantly choked on their own blood slowly, in pain, stuck with the spear impaling them. John's eyes bulged out, for he never expected or knew that there existed such magic. The reports only revealed that the man is a light wizard, a useless element in real-world fights. Soon, by the time the rain of spears stopped, all his men seemed like meat stuck on skewers. Decades of work he had put in was gone in seconds, just like that. That made his mind go blank and he fell. His eyes went hazy, the first sign of a mental breakdown. What happened? Where am I? He muttered continuously. Rise, heathen, receive the blessing of the Lord. John looked up and saw all the spears had vanished, and now the carriage had moved forward, reaching his side. He noticed the man with golden hair and his halo of light. It filled his heart with warmth and love for Solis, so he stood up as commanded. "O Lord of Light, I made a folly. Please spare my life." /GHK Og WI. The last thing John saw was a dagger stabbed into his throat by the blond man, who appeared as calm as a mountain lake and as cold as ice. There was no mercy or pity, only anger for his heresy. As he fell back, he slowly lost consciousness. The last sound he heard was of the carriage slowly riding over the bodies of his men. Crunch, crunch. The sound of bones breaking apart haunted him in his last breath. Whoosh. The last thing he felt was fire burning him, but he felt no pain, for he was already near death. The last thought in his mind was cursing the guild. They lied, the quest is not C-grade, this is S-grade fuck. What? Memoirs of Sir Dalaran. The whole way he did not utter a word, and when he did, it rhymed, and men got killed for their crime. So coldly and so effortlessly, it's frightening. Something has changed in him, and I don't know what. I can understand, however, that the experience we had in Sphinx Town was something that could easily shake one's belief. But sadly, that's the reality of the world we live in. What happened in Sphinx Town has occurred before and will continue to do so. Shane's death has left all of us enraged. I can understand Sylvester's rage, for the first apprentice of any wizard is like his own child. He teaches him, nurtures him to grow, but to see that son die like that, it hurts. I look into his eyes now, and they appear furious, but the hint of intelligence has not left him. I wish to give him a hug and give him a shoulder to cry on, but I reckon Sylvester is not one of those men who show emotions to others, especially their most vulnerable ones. He has to do something. He has to let out the frustration. Otherwise, it will hollow him out slowly, and I don't want to imagine the outcome. Oh, Lord Solis, if you are there, please guide this young mind, for I have failed as his mentor, guardian, and self-proclaimed father. He has great potential in him, just waiting to be unlocked. So, if you have any grace left, even for me, please pass it on to Sylvester. I beg you, he needs it more than I. May your light enlighten our paths and minds. Sir Dalaran stopped writing in his journal and looked ahead. They were close to the Fallshoot village, Marcus' home. He had knowingly given the reins to Sylvester, wishing to distract him from having angry thoughts and instead focus on the road. We shall get some medicine from Archpriest Norin Rod for Priest Felix and then move out, Sir Dalaran suggested. Sylvester nodded blankly and added, I need to check the agriculture methods I suggested. The first winter rain has poured upon here. They don't have too much time before the cold hits them. Sir Dalaran internally sighed. He appreciated that Sylvester was back in work mode, but he could feel that things were different now. His voice, his mannerism, it all had become colder, clouded even. What internal battles are you fighting, young bard? He wondered and kept his thoughts to himself. He could only hope that at least his friends or his mother would later talk with him about it. What? Sylvester was just in a bad mood. Anyone would be after what happened. It was not just the death of Shane that angered him, but also the fact that the entire town was murdered, including those refugees, nearly 6,000 people. For what? Because they harbored a dangerous man more than a decade ago, a man who was disguised. It was the straw that broke the camel's back and ended even the tiniest bit of respect he had left for the church. But his anger was diverted to himself as well. At how weak he was, how easily a bunch of psychos stepped on him. I need to rethink my whole strategy. There can never be peace in my life unless I hold the biggest knife. What happened? Where is everyone? Sylvester's thoughts receded when he heard Sir Dalorum's curious interjection. He also looked around and noticed the entire town was empty, at least the streets. But leftover items on the side of the road suggested people were still there. Let's go to the monastery, Sylvester decided and moved faster. But before they even reached the monastery, they found a house surrounded by all the villagers. They all looked healthy now, but their faces showed tension, and the combined stench he smelled was that of anxiety. What goes on here? Sir Dalorum shouted at the crowd. When people looked, they nearly knelt towards Sylvester. Only when Archpriest Norin came to the front, he explained after greeting. "Ah, Priest Sylvester, you must be headed back. I reckon your mission was successful." Sylvester held himself back from cursing. Indeed, the mountains have been cleared of their toxicity, so what's happening here? Archpriest Norin appeared saddened deeply. A robbery occurred last night. David had just started dealing in handicrafts at the governor's keep and made a fortune, but now his body lies inside, dead, bloodied. Where could such heathens appear in our little village? Sylvester looked at the crowd and shook his head. One of them is the culprit, I can guarantee it. Considering this little matter was a great mind diverter, he got off the carriage and moved towards the little house. The people parted ways and let him enter quickly. Then, without searching around, he looked directly at the body. He noticed a blunt injury on the back of the head of the man, and some jewelry boxes and gold jewelry lying around the room, with one wooden cupboard open wide. He shook his head and looked at the people outside the house. This was not a robbery but a pre-planned murder. Chapter 128. A God. Murder, who would do such a thing? We are all very peaceful in the village, said the old archpriest. Sylvester didn't react much and looked around the room. Since when do thieves decorate houses with perfectly laid out jewelry just out of their respective boxes? Look at them. It's all arranged on the floor. Hearing him, the archpriest and Sir Dalorum looked around. They had to agree the observation was correct. None of the jewelry was thrown randomly, but instead placed beside their boxes. Sylvester looked at the people around coldly. Bring me the people who quarreled with this man or had any competition or animosity. The one who committed this sin stands amongst you. As soon as Sylvester declared that, everyone started to look around themselves. But Sylvester was looking at the whole crowd in general and noticed a few heads that were not turning, and a few people who were slowly trying to move back in the crowd. They didn't need to be the killers, but they likely knew the dead man from their reaction. So, he whispered to Sir Dalorum on the side and told him to gather all of them. Nearly 10 men and women stood before him in a few minutes, with their faces turning pale in fear. One of you killed this man. Now I will ask you questions one by one, and you must answer me truthfully, and if you don't, I will consider you the real perpetrator. Sylvester threatened them as he walked left and right in front of them. He first started with the man on the left. Did you know him? Why, yes, Lord Bard. I bought clothes from him some days ago, and we had a little fight because he was selling them at a high price. Sylvester nodded and asked further, why did you kill him? The man appeared flustered and started to look away from him. He stuttered while replying. I did no such thing, Lord Bard. We may have differences, but I would never take his life. I am a true believer in soulies. Taking another man's life is against the faith. But the same faith will have no qualms in killing you for no reason. Sylvester thought and silently scoffed, but he waved the man away. This was not the murderer he was looking for. Then Sylvester repeated the same with the other 9 and asked the same questions. By the end, He only had 3 people left, 2 women and 1 man. Why did you kill him? I know you lied the last time, so if you don't want to be punished for the crime, you better tell me the truth. He ordered her. The middle-aged woman, a typical village woman with a husband and 2 kids, was looking so nervous she may have shed a bucket full of sweat by now. My lord, can I speak to you on the side privately? Sylvester looked into her eyes and smelled the anxiety. Since he was not an animal out to humiliate her, he agreed and stepped to the side where people could see her but not hear. Then she whispered into his ears. Sylvester sighed after hearing her story and told her to stay standing there. She was not the killer, but she was close to the man. It turns out that the dead man was rich and somewhat of a philanderer, and his favorite hobby was offering desperate poor women money to sleep with him. In times when there was nothing to eat in the village, it was the perfect playground for him. She, too, exchanged her self-respect so she could feed her kids, since her husband lay dead due to the man-hunting the previous lord of the land organized. Sylvester didn't reveal her problems to the others and continued to talk with the remaining 2. The man said he was at home with his wife and kids and was not lying. Then finally, the turn came for the young woman, maybe in her early 20s. She seemed pretty enough to be desirable to men, but seeing her nervously fiddling with the hem of her skirt, Sylvester knew there was something. He told her to come to the side without her asking and talk with him alone. Tell me everything. Her blue eyes were on the verge of tears, and her long blonde hair fell over her face, making her appear frenzied. I am Darcy Brown, my lord. My parents died and I was hungry. Sylvester saved her the embarrassment. I know, he pays money to women to sleep with him. Tell me why you killed him. I'm pregnant and I went to tell him, but David tried to kill me and I pushed him. I didn't want to kill him, my lord. I was just scared. Sylvester nodded as he looked at the room, and there was indeed a table where the head could have been bashed. The corner in particular, but he had to give her credit for thinking of making it appear like a robbery. But she didn't take anything. He looked into her blue eyes and saw real fear, desperation, and anxiety. He could, by law, kill her right there. But does David have a family? She shook her head. He had a wife. She died years ago in childbirth with the baby. Please, I didn't mean to hurt High. Sylvester raised his palm and stopped her. This is what you will do now. First, you will wash your face and look pretty. Then you will go to the village chief and ask him to find you a good suitor for marriage with whom you shall stay forever loyal as long as he's kind to you. You are a pretty woman. I'm sure there will be many willing to marry you, and I will pay your dowry. I will give you until tomorrow. Get this done before I leave. Her eyes sparkled suddenly, not expecting such a thing to come out of her confessions. She quickly wiped her eyes and nodded strongly. I will. Thank you, Lord Bard. Sylvester walked back to where the dead body was placed. The villagers were looking at him, some looking in from the window and some peeking from doors. Some had even entered the house. He rubbed his chin and walked to the table behind the body. He then touched the corner of the table and showed he found some liquid by trying to rub it between his fingers. It seems the death was an accident. He fell back and slammed his head onto the table's corner. The place of injury makes it clear, too. The people gasped in awe and fright that such a thing could happen at home. But then the archpriest asked, "What about the jewelry?" Sylvester knelt down and put all the jewelry into their boxes one by one. Soon, no empty boxes appeared. See, nothing was even stolen. Only one gold ring is missing, and that's on this man's finger. Holy Solies, such a sad end to life. Archpriest sighed, convinced by him. Sylvester then picked up all the boxes of jewelry and even more stacks of coin pouches from the cupboard and handed them to the archpriest. Since nobody remains to inherit him, the church must use it for the village's welfare. Buy more food since winter is coming. Not only the archpriest, but also the people thanked him and bowed a little as he walked out without saying anything more. Then, without asking, he went to check all the wells he had dug, all the composite toilets in the field since more than a month had passed. Meanwhile, Sir Dalaram informed Archpriest Norin about the events of the Sphinx town, of course, not the part about void keepers. The deaths were attributed to desert cannibals instead. Sylvester and the rest helped the village with a few more composite toilets until the night. Marvelous, you made these. Bishop Lazark was all praise for Sylvester after seeing how he had helped the village of his old friend. Then, by night time, the news was announced that a woman in the village was going to wed the next morning. Sylvester publicly announced that he'd pay her dowry and personally bless the couple. Then night fell, and finally, after so many days, Sylvester slept in some peace on the terrace of the monastery. The wind was cold, but on his bed, Sylvester just rolled, left to right and repeated. His mind would not allow him to sleep calmly. His existence was in danger now, and he needed to find a solution. What path to take, how to survive in this world. Of course, he wished to get stronger too. But what he heard from Null in the Sphinx town, the words, "Your golden halo is too small, for the great silver outshines all." These words had taken hold of his mind. Does this mean there is someone those void keepers already consider the next pope? How many people are vying for that seat? The pope isn't even that old yet. He thought but could not come up with answers. "Makes no sleep?" Muraj asked as he noticed his dear son in anguish. Sylvester patted the cat and scratched his head. "Just thinking, don't worry, you go to sleep." Muraj nodded, snuggled beside Sylvester's neck and tucked himself into a fur ball. "You will always have me, Makesy, forever." Sylvester didn't doubt him since only he could see him, and the furry boy was immortal. But the real question was, could he live that long? Pa, pa. Small crude firecrackers went off as Darcy Brown walked into the monastery altar in a modest, clean gown. There was no such thing as a wedding dress for commoners. She now had a man beside her, around her age and decent looking. Sylvester didn't waste time and donned his mitre on the head. Then, as the bride and groom came, he placed the Law of Light book between their palms and used a white silk cloth to tie their hands. After that, Sylvester spoke a few words. The Lord has willed for these two to form a union in mind and body, but above all, in the soul. The Lord asks not for tributes, but only that the man and the woman never forget their roots. Timothy Bain and Darcy Brown, you are two from this day, be the backbone of one another. When one falls, you must lift the other. In the eyes of the holy light and law, I pronounce you as one united soul. Sylvester used one free hand to spread some light from his palm at the tied hand. It was not needed, but he did it anyway, so the man feared a bit in the future before hurting the woman or vice versa. May the holy light enlighten your paths and brighten your lives. May you bring forth many little sparks of lights. Amen. Amen. The crowd of villagers cheered for the new couple in the village, and Sylvester had already awarded the dowry of 5 gold graces, which was a lot for commoners. With that, it was time to leave as Sir Dalaram had fixed their carriage and had taken a horse from the village. They were already waiting for him in the carriage outside the monastery. They had to leave quickly since the journey ahead was going to be long. The entire village came to see them off since they never knew if they'd even meet Lord Bard again. They were expecting a new hymn from him, but all they saw was his back leaving. "My lord." He stopped and looked back. It was Darcy running to him in her wedding dress. "What hap?" "Lord Bard." She just jumped to hug him very tight and her eyes bawled out silently. Sylvester didn't respond with a hug but patted her head like a kind senior. "What happened?" She shook her head and released him from the hug. I thought I would thank you. You made everything so delightful, so easily when you had no reason to. I don't know about others who meet you, but you are a god to me." Sylvester could understand where that feeling was coming from. Most nobles, rich, and even men of faith would have used her for fun rather than helping her. In this world, nobody helps someone for no reason. But Sylvester saw no reason not to help when he could without spending any extra energy. Sylvester sighed and patted her head like she was a child before boarding the carriage. "I am no god. I am what you all were supposed to be." As he left, she just waved her hand, not understanding the meaning behind his words. All she knew was that her life had changed because of one man, kind, strong, and wise, a god in her eyes. Chapter 129, Tower of Godless. "Why did you help her? What did she tell you?" Felix asked from the back, still lying to heal the body joints. They had just left the Fallshoot village. Since Marcus' family had already moved towards the east to buy new land with the help of Felix's contacts, they had no reason to stay. Sylvester was holding the reins of the two horses. It was cold now as the winter had finally started knocking on doors, and sadly they had no extra clothes. "Someone has to, Felix. As for what she said, it'd be a disservice to her trust if I told you. It wasn't much, forget about it." Sylvester replied and focused on the road. Traveling on the dirt road, they soon arrived at Fort Sunflower, and since Sylvester's attire was very famous, they were quickly given entry. This time, however, they didn't go to meet the Duke as they were in a hurry. Instead, they went to the market to buy some blankets for the remaining journey first. Their plan was to avoid the Riveria Kingdom as a whole in their return journey, as the chances of being attacked again were very high. So instead, they were going to keep going up on Desert Road until the Snake River crossing, and from there, they'd enter the Garcia Kingdom and take the Green Road straight to the Holy Land. "I wonder if that slave you gave money to the last time is still alive," Felix wondered as they entered the market streets. Sylvester was also interested in that man, a merchant to a seasoned warrior, a victim of the world he lived in. Not to mention, the name Caecilius Sylvanus was unique enough to make it memorable. If he's strong-willed and nobody plotted against him, I don't think he'd die that easily. He has everything to lose if he loses one fight. Anyway, I shall go and meet Dux Prima. They should at least know we're here." Sylvester took off without explaining much further. He soon arrived at the Duke's castle first, but he was informed the Duke had gone to the River City, the capital of the Kingdom of Riveria. So Dux Prima was handling things. He was allowed a meeting relatively quickly since they knew each other. The man came to greet Sylvester himself at the door. "Lord Bard, welcome back. I'm sure the Duke will be heartbroken to hear the time of your arrival." "Thank you for the hospitality, Lord Jeremiah. I only wish to inform you of my visit and meet the Duke if possible. We shall be heading back to Holy Land after buying some winter clothes," Sylvester plainly informed the man. This earned a raised eyebrow. "I shall order one of our commanders to escort you out of the Riveria territories then." Sylvester raised his palm and quickly denied. He'd rather not take useless favors from these nobles, as he never knew what hid behind their masks. "No need, Lord Jeremiah. We shall take the desert road towards the Gracia Kingdom. However, maybe you can help me with one thing. What happened to my reward the last time I was here? Did he survive?" Smiling, the brown man smiled. "He is alive and well. Thanks to you, his rise has quickened as now he owns armor and a better sword. Worry not for him, Lord Bard. I, too, was a slave once in the same arena and fought until I got my freedom and slowly climbed enough ranks to sit here. I know when I see men with a greater purpose. He has one just like you." Sylvester felt some lies and excitement from the scent coming from this man. He didn't like it, but he didn't care either. He had no plans for this man. After all, if anything, he'd wish to kill him and make the Duke more vulnerable. "One more thing, Lord Bard. Duke expected something like this to happen, so he left a letter for you. Here." The man took out an envelope from his desk drawer and handed it to Sylvester. It was a premium, neat, clean paper with excellent cursive writing, named to him directly. "Thank you, Lord Jeremiah. I shall take my leave then." Sylvester left the Duke's castle and went straight to the fighting pits to see the slave. He wondered if he could use the man in the long run or how good he was at fighting and accounting. Using his status as a man of faith, he entered the fighting pits, mainly the area where the resident fighters are kept. It was all underground space under the arena, so the place was dark and unpleasant, as bleak as the future of many dwellers. Still, there were fire torches every few meters and guards standing straight. There were long corridors, and each held rooms. At least they looked big considering the space between each door. He knew he would not be allowed to meet the prize top fighter of the arena, so he had to utilize some underhanded means of corruption. It was good for him in this case because, as long as the guards felt they did something wrong, they'd try to keep his visit a secret. He paid the guard a coin of gold and easily went into the man's living quarters. At first glance, the place seemed spacious enough, with two large rooms interconnected, but it had nothing other than a mattress in the corner and a table and chair in the other corner beside the oil lamp. When he entered uninvitingly, the man was writing something and jumped to his feet in fright, a reflex that saved him all these years. He turned around and was ready to fight, but instantly his shoulders relaxed as he recognized Sylvester. "Nice armor you bought," Sylvester muttered as he walked around to the armor pieces hung on the wall. The man, short black hair, a stubble beard, and a face that told a sad story with scars and dark circles beneath the eyes, frowned a little and spoke in a hoarse voice. "I will give back the money once I win 3 more fights. I only have half the money at the moment." Sylvester waved his hand, appearing serious. "I care not about the gold, Caecilius Sylvanus." "Sniff, sniff, my gold." Sylvester ignored Murad's whimpers and walked forward to shake hands with the man. A man of numbers counting dead bodies instead of gold. "Your story is fascinating to me, warrior. So I offer you here. I invite you to join the church as a knight. You shall serve in the Inquisitor's army." Caecilius denied it immediately. "What is my life's worth when I leave behind my treasure, my family? I thank you for being considerate, my lord, but I desire nothing but the warmth of closeness of my family." Sylvester nodded silently in admiration. He never really had permission to recruit someone, and he was merely testing the grounds. If the man had accepted, he'd have left him behind. But now, this proved that this man would fight no matter what for something he cherishes. A man worth investing in because this one also had brains. "I hope you did not spend all the money on the armor. Did you give some to your family?" Sylvester asked him. Caecilius was trying hard to understand what Sylvester wanted from him. He had lived in a world of merchants and then slavery for years now, and he knew there was no black and white. Everything was in shades of gray. "I sent some to my family. They could use some new clothes and better food." Sylvester nodded, but somewhat rudely, he sat down on the chair and took a paper from the desk and started writing on it with the quill. "What does your family do, Caecilius?" "My wife is the handmaiden to the Duke's wife, and my kids, they help clean around." Sylvester sighed as if hurt deeply. "This is unacceptable. The fact that you are a learned man means your children have the potential to be scholars or traders as well. What are their names?" "Remus and Surus. My lord, did they offend you in any way?" Caecilius asked nervously as a caring father. He knew he couldn't do anything if a man like Sylvester decided to make his life hell. Bam! Sylvester took out his wax seal of Sanctum Inspector and melted it, then stamped it at the end of the document. He blew on it to let it dry, then folded it before handing it to the man. "Here, a letter of recommendation and request that the local monastery allows your children to get basic education, and that they are treated equally, or the bard will sing some songs." Caecilius quickly looked at it and silently read it. To his shock, The letter was indeed about his children's education. He felt conflicted by this, however. He had never met or talked to this man before, and what scared him was that there was no request. "What will this cost me, my lord?" Sylvester gave a faint fake smile and extended his hand. Caecilius felt obliged to shake it and did so. "Caecilius, not always there has to be a reason for kindness to be shown, because if there was a price involved, it was never kindness. Now, I believe you were busy writing your book, so I shall take my leave. If fate wills it, we shall meet again." Sylvester proceeded to leave calmly, but deep inside he hoped the scheme he had just hatched would someday work in favor. "How will the wind blow for you, my friend Caecilius? Only time shall tell if you will be my Spartacus." /N. Spartacus was a slave who led the third and largest slave revolt against Rome in the 1st century BC. It's good to be able to do this again. Felix relaxed as he was finally able to move and sit in the front seat and hold the reins. It had been 3 days since they left the Fort Sunflower. They quickly moved west and took the desert road again. Then, it was a smooth journey as the desert road here saw a lot of movement, and no one dared attack him on it. Then finally, the crossing of the Snake River came. There was no bridge, however, as the location held strategic importance for Riveria and Graecia, but it was shallow enough to allow carriages to move with care. Sylvester was relaxing beside Felix and looked towards the north. He remembered just a few kilometers upstream, there was the Black Pit, the place that brought cholera to Pitfall Town years ago. "What's that?" Sylvester suddenly exclaimed as he noticed something at a great distance. There were tall mountains just beside the wall of void, the cliff of the divine desert. He could not see it clearly since there was a lot of fog, but he could notice some sort of a man-made structure as tall as the mountain itself. "Why did I not see it when I went there years ago?" Sir Dalaran glanced and sighed instantly. "Because it's usually covered in mist, it's rare we can see it from here today." Gabriel was interested too, since the map showed nothing out there. "What is it?" Bishop Lazark chimed in. "That's the Tower of Godless, the largest slave market in the world, divided into 100 floors. Each floor caters to specific needs. Humans, elves, dwarves, beastkins, merkins, vampires, centaurs, anything that moves, you can find it there at the right price. I have only seen the ground floor once. They don't allow clergymen to go above 3rd floors." "How can faith allow such a thing to exist, so close to the Holy Land?" Gabriel asked in disgust. Felix chimed in, already knowing about the place as it was near his family county. "Because the land it lies on belongs to none. It's on the other side of the Snake River. Everything is barren desert there, and desert cannibals constantly attack." Sir Dalaran also added, "And on the top floor lives the Slave Imperia Council, made of 5 self-proclaimed slave gods, 3 of them being grand wizards and 2 being diamond knights." Bishop Lazark had more to say. "It's also protected by nobles, for it's the place where they get their best slaves for work, best elven women to bed, and best orcs to do hard labor." Sylvester nodded in silence as he glanced at the distant, mystical but dark place. Its size was so enormous that Sylvester was forced to imagine how many tears of blood and cries of pain were echoing in there. But then he shook his head since he could do nothing about it and focused on the road ahead. "Even with all of us living under the same sky, the light that reaches us comes in many shades of gold. Some dark and some pale, some accept the false peace, and some get rid of that delusional veil." Felix agreed and responded, "That's why they say ignorance is bliss, because once your eyes open, it's just an endless dark abyss." Chapter 130, Home. Sand City Royal Palace. The large block-like bricks in the walls of the Sand City were best to trap the heat in winter and keep it out in summer. The Sand City was the biggest and likely the only large city in the Highland Kingdom, where most economic activities happened. Although the kingdom spanned from the Wall of Void to the Blood Sea, Most economic activities occurred beside the Snake River or to its east. The King Atrox Highland and the Queen Trinity Highland were the famed power couple, as both were grand wizards, the only two in the kingdom. But sadly, both of them were unable to sire children for some unknown reason, so they treated the entire kingdom as their family. Perhaps the Highland Kingdom was one of the only kingdoms where most commoners loved their king. Of course, situations like Sphinx Town or Fallshoot Village were too small to change the perception of commoners. But the destruction of an entire town was something that could not just be accepted and shrugged away. So, when the men with the news arrived in the Sand City, the Imperial Council was called, where the king and the queen sat side by side on one side of the table and the rest of the advisors or administration around it. Although the king and the queen usually donned a very easygoing and kind attitude, they were serious and outraged at the moment. We saw the leftover pyres of the dead bodies. The entire town was gone, not a single wall was left, and we found a remembrance stone near where the monastery was, with the words, "Here lived the kind and strong Shane Colt, the little bard, apprentice of Sylvester Maximilian," engraved on it, "Your Majesties." The queen held her husband's clenched hand, knowing the man was angry but felt helpless about who the perpetrator was. She asked the messenger, "Is this Sylvester Maximilian, the famed bard?" "Yes, Your Majesty." From the words of Archpriest of Fallshoot Village, we learned that Lord Bard was headed to Sphinx Town to heal the demon possessions there. In doing so, he also defeated the bloodling terrorizing the mountains beside the desert road. Elder brother, the king's prima Gladius Highland spoke, "I shall write a letter to the Holy Father and ask why they sent the bard to destroy a little town, without asking us." King Highland stopped all the talks, however. It was not the bard. It does not make sense that he'd first help them, kill the bloodling, then destroy the town only to leave behind a remembrance stone. But this is likely done by the church, and I shall have my answers. I will be going directly to the Holy Land to meet the Holy Father. They can ignore your letters, but not me. Dear, the time isn't right. You know the turmoil in Riveria, the Queen warned him. King Highland ignored her warnings. They dare not touch a man or woman as strong as us, Trinity. The faith needs us for the coming war, and even Riviera knows that if I die, their southeastern flank will be wide open, and I might meet the bard as well, always wanted to since I learned about him. The Queen sighed and facepalmed. You still have not given up trying to adopt him. The king chuckled and proudly replied, we both know the Lord has not blessed us with an heir, so if we're going to select one from the crowds, why not the best one in the world? You don't even know him, she argued. That's why I shall go and meet him. Until I return, take care of the kingdom, my beautiful queen. King's prima Gladius grunted and stood up annoyedly, dismissing the council as well. Move along, folks, the two have started flirting again. You don't want to see them go wild, trust me. Elder brother and Lady Trinity, see you in the evening. The two were the strongest in the kingdom and cared about nothing. Perks of being too old and strong. So, they did everything whenever they wanted, of course. They always maintained some decency. Yeah, shut the door when you leave, Gladius. The king boomed, and soon in that room, some steam bloomed. It was nearing night when Sylvester and the rest arrived near the Holy Land. They had already passed by the Green City and were now on the best road in the world where they could feel the soothing winds. The closer they got to the Holy Land, the less cold they felt, as the Holy Land had perfect temperature because of harboring the orb of purity that spews an extreme amount of light in Solarium. Bishop Lazark, why don't you join my group? I'm sure the administration will have no problem with it. Sylvester offered the man. He was relaxing at the back of the carriage with Bishop and Gabriel, while Sir Dalorum and Felix steered. I am afraid I will have to refuse, Lord Bard, Bishop Lazark replied. I appreciate that you don't care about a necromancer being in your group, but I must consider the reaction of others. If I was just a dark wizard, I would have joined you, but I am a necromancer. We don't have an outstanding reputation and get too many eyes on us. They will talk about you even if nobody says it to you directly, which may hurt your future prospects as a god's favored. Sylvester could understand that reasoning, but he felt some pity for this man. The former had proved a reliable partner on the mission, even fought against a bloodling and survived twice. This was not the sign of an ordinary man. Too bad, I would have liked to have you on the team. Bishop Lazark chuckled in a self-deprecating tone. That's why necromancers are cursed and blessed at the same time. I have the power to raise the dead and have company. Sadly, it's usually just me doing the talking. Sir Dalaram chimed in. Why not find other necromancers and make a group with them? There are a few, but none in the Sanctum Inspector Division. Most clergymen with brains dare not volunteer for this job, as we saw in the mountains how dangerous it came to be. Bishop responded. If I didn't have light magic, this could have been the end for all of us. Sylvester thought about it. His light magic was one of the reasons why he was never scared of standing against evil entities. I will write the report slowly this time. I need some rest. Sylvester changed the topic. Remember not to mention the Void Keepers in it. Instead, tell Saint Wazir in person about what truly happened. Sylvester thanked the man for reminding him and sat back silently. The darkness was increasing slowly, and soon the twin moons were menacingly watching over them. Sylvester tried to think about the hidden underground castle he saw under Sphinx Town. It had a lot of crescent moon engravings too, so this made him wonder, was there some sort of a moon-related religion in the past? The faith of Solis did develop 5,000 years ago, after all. What about the rest of history before that? Not so surprising, these were the questions whose answers he could never find in a book, so he'd have to do research himself, carefully even as the matter involved faith. I just want to take a bath and sleep for now. Too much chaos for such a short time. By midnight, Sylvester finally arrived at his home. He had dropped Felix and Gabriel at their quarters, then Sir Dalaram at the Inquisitor camp and Bishop Lazark at his house. Then he parked the carriage away, took Frost alone, and reached the Bright Mother complex. Most of the rooms and housing units appeared to have lights off, but one did not, as he soon smelled the mouth-watering scent of some honey buns and other food. Despite all that had happened, he smiled as he was about to knock on the door. Of course, Mum is preparing for me. Quick, Makesy, I'm hungry. Muraj was going crazy due to the aroma. Sylvester, however, caught Muraj first and tied him into his bag. We shall have a bath first, and you will not run today. Knock, knock. Bam! Just a few seconds after he knocked on the door, it opened, and jumped out an overly excited and happy woman, hugging his neck enough to suffocate a normal human. My Max is back. You were gone for so long this time I missed you. Sylvester responded and patted her back. Now, calm down. Seriously, why is it that you act more like how I should be acting? Xavier stepped back embarrassingly. Well, the house felt very lonely without you, so I got excited. He didn't mind, however, since her emotions were genuine. Let's go in. I brought you a souvenir from Fort Sunflower. They are famous for their flowers and make the best perfumes. He shut the door behind them and followed her in. Instantly, he was hit by the strong aroma of so many dishes that his stomach started to grumble. He had, after all, only eaten in the morning today. Xavier chuckled when she heard his stomach. Go and take a bath, Max. I am making so much good food for you. Look at you, grown so thin and weak. It hurts me to see you. Sylvester knew that mothers tend to see things out of proportion regarding their kids, but here he agreed because he was still healing from that celerium deficiency and blood decrease. I will go and take a bath. By the way, Mum, do you have blood replenishing potions at home? I will need them. Xavier jumped close to him and touched his forehead. He appeared warm, too much in fact. You have a fever. He shrugged. It's okay, Mum. I am a light wizard. I am usually hotter than most others. Picking the bag that was a cage for Muraj, he went to the bathroom. Thankfully, with a new, bigger house, it was indoors now. With the help of magic crystals, anything could be done in the Holy Land. Muraj had accepted his fate, and soon found himself sitting in the large bathtub in front of Sylvester, and getting his furry head rubbed like an obedient child. Emrea Makesy, it's going in my eyes. Sylvester chuckled and wiped the eye clean. Aren't you the one who adopted me? Then why am I bathing you? Muraj visibly appeared anxious to find an excuse. Because I'm a cat, and if I were to bathe you, that mean I lick you all over. You want that, Makesy? It's a nice answer, honestly, he thought. Soon after, the two dried themselves with the air element and came out looking fresh. Muraj jumped onto the kitchen shelf to see Xavier cooking, while Sylvester sat down by the dining table. He looked at his mother in a loose, long robe, humming one of his hymns, shaking left and right in the kitchen and making food for him happily. Her happy, free, and kind nature was a breath of fresh air for him truly, and he wished for this to last forever, her happiness at least. Then suddenly his face turned grimmer as he glanced at the house's front door and wondered. There is nothing stopping someone, the church, from coming into this house and destroying everything. They can harm her, R*P her, kill me, and I can just watch it happen. He looked back at Xavier. Mum. She turned around, a smile dawned on her face. What is it, dear? What if, one day, I became the Pope? Chapter 131, Will to Rise. There was near silence in the dining room, and the only distraction was the constant boiling sound from the pot. Xavier just stared at his face and knew something must have happened. Over the years, she had noticed it enough times to know that her son thinks way ahead and deeper than normally others would. So she knew she could not half-ass her answer. She quickly put the fire crystal away from the stove and walked to sit beside him. I will feel sad but also proud, extremely proud and safe. Sad, why? Sylvester asked further. Xavier sighed and replied, You know why we are the safest and the most in danger here. You becoming the Pope is an achievement that seems impossible to me. But if you do, I will feel proud, as that would mean you sit at the top, and also that you will be safe. But your life will also be in the most danger, and the work, I'd worry for your mental well-being. It's not that good right now anyway, Sylvester thought. But he appreciated her care. Mum, tell me, what happens when a king dies all of a sudden without announcing an heir? What does the strongest among the kids of that king do to his competitors? He kills them. No, she realized where this was going. That's not how the church operates. Sylvester stared into her eyes and didn't say anything. That, in reply, brought tears to her eyes as she realized Sylvester didn't have a choice in this matter. One day, if someone else becomes the Pope, they will try to either fully make him subservient or kill him, even more so because he has the highest talent combined with light magic and that barred blessing. The church had many examples of mysterious deaths due to poisoning in the past, so nothing was unimaginable. Xavier held Sylvester's hand and cried, I'm sorry, I don't deserve forgiveness for pushing you into all this. Sylvester wiped away her tears. No, we never really had a choice. Everything was decided by Lord Inquisitor's voice. This place is our best chance of survival, dangerous but still better. I'm sure of that after seeing the horrors outside. You don't blame me? She asked. Sylvester nodded and relaxed. The only thing I blame you for is that school incident. I'm still suffering from the consequences of that, likely will for the rest of my life until I uproot the problem. We can just own up to our mistakes and hope not to repeat them. Anyway, I'm starving, Mum. Ah, yes. She quickly wiped her tears, got up, and walked away to finish cooking. However, in the middle, she stopped and asked him, Dear, who is Chonky? Sylvester kept a straight face and answered, "Just an imaginary friend I made when I was little and had nothing else to do. Don't worry. It's my way of talking to myself and making plans." Muraj was very much offended by this, however, as he was called imaginary. So he pouted and climbed on Sylvester's head, then started to punch him. Xavier seemed satisfied by that answer, albeit a bit creeped out. But knowing already how much stress her son faces, she didn't bother. In half an hour the table was full of food. She explained what it was as there were things Sylvester had never seen before. "This is a fried spicy chopped potato I made with some honey. There is a stew, smoked chicken, lamb, and your favorite honey bread." Good food was something that could be a smile on even a demon's face. He quickly dug in. "You're going to turn me fat, Mum." She put more on his plate. "If you're going to return home so thin every time, I'd rather take preventive measures and get you fattened first." He chuckled and in the middle of the distracting talks, threw some food down onto his lap, where Muraj sneakily ate his fill. He even got some extra today for being such a good partner all this time. The tasty meal lasted until late at night, as it was already midnight by the time he arrived. After eating, Sylvester retreated to his room to relax a bit and have a good night's sleep. But soon, he felt sweaty despite the gentle temperature. So he just sat and took out his violin to start playing it in the room. "Knock, knock. Can I listen to it?" Xavier's voice came from the other side. Sylvester let her in and sit on his side. It was a double bed anyway, so there was enough space. Only Muraj was having trouble. However, since it was Xavier, he happily accepted her. In his words, she was the big mum after all. Sylvester closed his eyes and started to play the violin at a low pitch and slow. Then, for the first time, he sang, not for the Lord or the hymn, but just sang. Hence, no halo appeared behind the head. "The world looks like an abyss so deep. Where the light reaches not, the future is so bleak. Strong or weak, strength is all we seek. Why do we forget it's the same air we all breathe? The rush is real, the struggle is fierce. Lost many kids their souls in these conflicts. Some reach the Lord, some remain broken. Among us, they are the real forsaken. Their dreams are shattered and will is shaken. One day from sleep, they refuse to awaken. Care for them not the church, neither the Lord. Lived a life so hard, and got themselves so scarred. This is all the remedy I can afford, a song from this bard." Sylvester, of course, sang this for the little Shane and many more unknown, nameless kids that died due to the wrongdoings of the church. They probably didn't even know what was happening, and then they died in confusion and pain. "So much chaos, I can never find peace like this. They already know about my abilities. They will never let me be a common civilian. Is there no other way?" He wondered that night very profoundly. But then he suddenly stood up. Xavier was already fast asleep, listening to his music. So he left behind a note, and at 3 in the morning he went to speak to Sir Dalorum at the Inquisitor camp. The breeze was very calm at this time of the night, so he didn't take the horse and instead walked all the way, reckoning it would also help him clear his mind of any doubts. He was, after all, fighting an internal battle right now. He knew that he had to make a decision now, and whatever he chose, he must give his all for it. There was no, "I won't bother you, so don't bother me." Since he had the prospect of becoming too strong, something that his enemies would never accept. "Maxie." Sylvester stopped and looked back. It was Muraj coming for him, running fast. The furry boy jumped and climbed onto his shoulder. "You ran away." "Where will I even run? No, I was going to meet Sir Dalorum. You go back and sleep. Mum will cuddle you like a little toy," he suggested. But Muraj denied. "Where Maxie goes, I go." "Fine with me." Sylvester whistled on the way and finally arrived at the Inquisitor camp. The sentries at the gates let him enter without even checking him, though they were the only ones awake, and the camp was mostly empty. He made his way to Sir Dalaram's tent. He noticed the light from inside, so he coughed outside and asked, "May I enter, Sir Dalaram?" "Priest Sylvester," Sir Dalaram quickly appeared, opening the entrance curtain. He was initially worried that something had happened, but seeing Sylvester fine, he let him in. "This late, is everything fine?" "Sorry to disturb you so late at night. I could not sleep and needed to talk with someone. What are you doing up so late?" he asked and glanced at the table in the corner with a light crystal lamp. Sir Dalaram closed the book. "I was writing about the journey for personal keeping. Come, have a seat. What troubles you?" Sylvester relaxed first. "The future is what troubles me. The fact that I can be disposed of at any time. It's suffocating to be this powerless, to know you are an insect in their eyes. Even being angry is pointless." "Then you just need to rise up. You are the bard, after all. You are meant for greatness," Sir Dalaram replied. Sylvester disagreed with that notion. "The more I try to ignore the church's sinful actions, something like this happens. How am I supposed to heal the faith by being the bard when it's the church leaving behind people scarred?" At that, Sir Dalaram turned very serious, even angered to some degree. There was visible frustration on the man's face as he replied, "It's no place for me to say this, but you're weak in power and position. Having seen you for so long, I don't feel you even wish to get a promotion in the clergy. Forget magic. A man with so much power, so much talent, you choose to sit back. Sylvester, the only path to do something is by sitting at the top. You can achieve that, I know it. But if you're actively trying not to reach the top, then you have no right to complain. With the current pace, you will never become the Pope. Despite all your talent, you're still a priest. You were among the youngest in history to reach the rank of Master Wizard, but ever since, your growth has stagnated. You should have already reached Arch-Wizard in 8 years, but you never tried to reach that. You need to become better, colder, and sharper." Sylvester crossed his arms and sighed. He looked into the man's eyes and smelled nothing but worship, hope, and love. "Old man, I do not wish to cause bloodshed. The land already bleeds." Sylvester added, "I do not want to be the cause of people's tears." "They were never wiped clear," blurted Sir Dalaram. "I do not wish to die foolishly," he said. Sir Dalaram moved closer and held his shoulders, "Then stand at the peak of all." Sylvester tried to think of every scenario that could go on in his head. All the possible ways he could die, all the enemies he would develop, not just outside but inside the church. If he decides to rise to power, that would require his everything, not just his mind but blood, sweat, and tears. He will have to become the same evil that the church is, and that means his life will never be at peace until the race is over. "Isn't your first duty to the light?" Sylvester asked, only to receive a burst of worship in reply. "Yes, but it has been tainted, and purification of light requires another source, more bright." "Sir Dalaram," Sylvester's voice seemed to be full of confidence, "if I do this, my holy throne will be made of bones." The old man just looked into his eyes and, in pure worship, that borderline fanaticism, replied, "And I shall gladly become a piece of it if I must." Chapter 132, Payback. Sylvester thought about what Sir Dalaram said. He was shocked by how much trust the man had put in him. So much faith and worship as if he was not the bard but the god, almost to the point that he felt terrible because, in the end, he does not really believe in soulies and is just scamming the world. But nobody needed to know that. It was a secret that he shall take to his grave, same with his reincarnation aspect. Some words are meant to never be spoken loud, as they might get you burnt on a pyre. "Sir Dalaram, I had not even started to play the game yet. That's why I shall ask you this again. If we do this, I will commit many things conflicting with the common faith, your beliefs. I will have to make choices that will result in death and chaos. Will you still follow me?" he asked in a serious tone. "O mortal, basking in my warmth, the time has come to make an oath. I shall test your loyalty thenceforth." Sir Dalaram repeated a few lines of a hymn Sylvester sang a long time ago. I remember the promise I made, the vow to protect you with my life, sword, and magic. I have not forgotten it all, Lord Bard, nor do I ever wish to. I will likely be dead by the time you shall become the Pope, however. Sylvester looked into the man's eyes and shook his head lightly. You think you will die of old age? You think I am planning to become the Pope in 200 years like the previous ones? You're wrong there, Sir Dalaram. I have a feeling that the race has already begun, and some other participants have started making their moves. I plan not to drag this. If I'm too old by the time I ascend, the whole point will be missed. And what's the point? Sir Dalaram asked. Sylvester had not planned much for that, but there was an idea. Reforms, but this is all just empty talk right now. First, we need to plan a roadmap and then walk on it, no matter how hard it gets or the threats. What I need to know right now is how many more contenders for the position of Pope are there? Sylvester asked. Sir Dalaram thought about it and counted a few names in mind. Lord Inquisitor is not interested. Saint Scepter is legally bound to only be Pope's protector from the Sanctum Council. There is nobody. However, there are the first and second guardians of light, the Cardinal of the West as well, who governs the entire region of the Masan Empire and the Warsong Kingdom. There could also be a few more powerful clergy members, as even strong nobles are known to sometimes take the throne. Sylvester frowned. This meant he didn't have targets that he could focus on, so there is no number. Sir Dalaram sounded doubtful himself. I cannot be sure, but it ought to be less than 10. Becoming the Pope isn't a joke after all. Just pure physical strength won't take you too far. You also need the approval of the current Pope if he's alive, the approval of the Sanctum Council, and above all, the approval of the Saint Scepter, the Shield of Solis. There are a lot of checks to ensure no unworthy person ends up destroying the faith. All right, baby steps then. I'm not even going to appear in front of all these men. What if they just poison me or use forbidden magic I don't know about? Sylvester reminded himself that there were no friends in high places, only supreme interests. Even the Lord Inquisitor was kind to him because he was a miracle child. Sylvester stood up, as it was time to return now. He did not have any plans since he had made none. But he was going to think about it in the coming days. First of all, he needed to make the report and submit it to the administration, and then wait for the next assignment. But this time, he was going to ask for an easy-going assignment, as he felt 2 chaotic ones were enough, and it was time to focus on his own magic. Not only that, I will file for a clergy promotion tomorrow. I am a master wizard in the last phase of becoming an arch-wizard. There is no other man in the clergy who is at my stage and is still a priest. Technically, I deserve to at least become a bishop. So you have decided to become the Pope? Sir Dalaram questioned. Sylvester started to leave. I think you already know the answer to that, Sir Dalaram. You better start training too, if you don't want to be left behind. Sir Dalaram stood up and saluted him church style. I will, Lord Bard. There was no doubt Sylvester's little threat of being left behind ignited something in Sir Dalaram's heart. Although his upper peak in talent was low, he was yet to reach it. Good night, Sir Dalaram. Have some rest now. I'm sure you're also as tired as everyone else. Sylvester left the tent and headed towards the exit. The Inquisitor camp always had a strange, rough feeling about it. The place was not meant to show luxury, but rather the hardships of what the Inquisitors go through. Everything was made of wood there, the boundary walls of the camps, the various torch poles. For housing, there were just tents of various sizes. The whole camp spanned across many meters and housed nearly 100,000 Inquisitors, with the same number being out on various assignments. Sylvester felt relaxed to some extent after talking with Sir Dalaram. He had already seen how the old man looked at him, so he knew that in the eyes of Sir Dalaram he was like his son. So talking to him was easy, at least regarding the future. I need to get stronger first. For that, I need to focus on my training. But I need a better mentor as well. I can't explore every single little detail. It's better to innovate on the knowledge the world has already developed. Goff, where are you going this late at night, young bard? Sylvester turned around and responded. He didn't act frightened as there was no scent of any danger, but seeing who it was threw him back a bit. Lady Aurora, greetings. I should be asking the same question. What is the 10th Guardian of Light doing here? She walked close to him and snorted as if offended. Little kids will now ask questions. You have some balls. Sylvester knew she was messing with him from the sense, so he replied sarcastically, At least I have them. She was totally taken aback by his reply, as no one dared to talk to her due to her status. But instead of getting angry, she burst into laughter. Ha ha, you can not only sing but also make jokes. I like it. She was extremely pretty, even though she was more than 100 years old. Training and fighting had toned her body in a shape that most women could just desire in sleep. Her perfect bosom and waist, even the armor on her, made her look appealing to the eye. But Sylvester didn't care how pretty this woman was to look at. All he knew was that she was strong enough to stomp him to death in a second if she ever wished so. So he remained respectful. In this line of work, you have to learn to make and take jokes, or else life will be very bland. Agreed, Lord Bard, come with me. The Lord Inquisitor wishes to speak to you. She gestured for him to follow behind. Sylvester honestly felt like he was being picked up by a candy van that didn't have good intentions. But what options did he even have other than following her? Though from that, he did wonder one thing while walking behind her. Lady Aurora, since you are not a bright mother, are you allowed to marry and have a family? She looked back instantly, in a frown but also a blush. What kind of question is that? No, I am chaste and desire to keep to myself that. Hence, I am one of the only few women in the world with a clergy rank, even though I am allowed to break away from clergy and start a family whenever I want. But why are you asking this, could it be? She suddenly stopped and looked at him teasingly while biting her index finger seductively. She was not usually like this, but she had heard so much about Sylvester from Lord Inquisitor that he felt like a friend already. Sylvester, however, was weirded by her and made a face as if he had stepped on a soggy sponge. Too young for me. What? Lady Aurora exclaimed in shock. Sylvester didn't know how old he truly was due to spending an unknown time in a suspended state, as something better not said again. So this reply came out naturally. In looks, he clarified. Goff. Sylvester walked past her shocked form. Let's go. Lord Inquisitor must be waiting for me. Lady Aurora silently walked behind him this time and curiously looked. So you're into older-looking women. How old, I wonder? Sylvester replied in a short song. I am a man of faith and soulies. I feel no desire for touch. As long as the Lord graces me, never shall I ever fall for lust. She blinked dumbly and silently covered the rest of the way. Soon, they finally entered the Reach tent in the whole of the Inquisitor camp. As soon as Sylvester moved inside, he found the big man sitting on a throne-like chair in the middle of the tent. His armor appeared the same as before, red and conical hat. Take a seat here, Lord Bard. Inquisitor High Lord boomed, the seriousness and rage apparent in his voice as always. Sylvester did so, but first asked for the man's well-being, as the last time he saw him, he was bedridden. I hope you are healthy, Lord Inquisitor. The big giant's eyes flashed in red under the visor, but he nodded and replied, I am, favored child. I wonder how your career goes. Sylvester relaxed in his seat. The big man didn't scare him much anymore. The work is great, a bit frustrating at times. Nearly died this time, but eventually I killed the bloodling terrorizing the desert road near Sphinx Town. Once again the big man's eyes shone red. A dangerous aura spread quickly. A bloodling, what did it look like? Insect, cloud. Human, it had a demonic face, 5 eyes, a humanoid torso, and a snake-like bottom. It was taller than 9 feet and had tentacles for arms. Sylvester explained everything and told the man about the little snakes that were a part of the creature. There was silence for a while after that as the Lord Inquisitor digested the news, but he also stared at him the whole time. You just killed a dragon-class evil creature. That's more than what most men even dream of accomplishing in their lifetimes. I am extremely proud. Sylvester shifted in his seat and added, "Yes, albeit the end result was not good for the town. You can read it later in my report, but before that, I wish to tell you about heathens in the clergy." Heathens? As always, Lord Inquisitor got serious and ready to burn some sinners. Sylvester took out his notebook and read everything. An archpriest named Richmond Denaris used to preside over Sphinx Town. When the town was attacked 15 years ago, the archpriest and his 4 priests ran away in the middle of town defense, leaving the gates open. That led to the town being ravaged, R**ped, and destroyed by the cannibals. The people were hostages for 3 days until King Hyland freed them and killed all the cannibals in the nearby mountains. Hence, from that, I have come to the conclusion that the demon possessions and mental illness spreading in the town was due to the cannibal attack that inflicted inhuman pain on innocents. At the same time, the bloodling appeared due to dead bodies in the mountains. All the blame goes to one man, Archpriest Richmond Denaris, now Archbishop. I couldn't protect you folks. I can at least bring justice to your souls, Sylvester thought as he reported. Bam! Lord Inquisitor stood up and thumped his staff on the ground. His anger grew beyond bounds and appeared in a burning, rageful aura. Such inhumane actions for such transgressions, death is the sanction. They shall be hung after interrogation. That's it, he trusts me. Sylvester was amazed at how much value his words held, but he was not complaining. Chapter 133, Lady Aurora's Class. Sylvester appreciated that the big man trusted him enough to feel that he wouldn't lie about such things. Thank you. What happened there truly disturbed me. The people didn't deserve to be left to evil's whims like that. If possible, we should also investigate the archbishop responsible for that region back then. As far as I remember, the town chief told me they sent him a letter of grievance and complaint after their ordeal, but they never received a reply. Greg. Sylvester was taken aback. The Lord Inquisitor appeared so angry that the stone floor under the staff started to crack. Good Lord, it seems Inquisition is not just against the heathens outside, but also against those within. Thank you for revealing to me such heresy. I shall look into this and bring more clarity. As for why I invited you here today, I have a matter of concern. Sir Dalaran has requested that I train you, as you lack any powerful superior who may do so. Sylvester felt a bit strange by this. I just told Sir Dalaran about my ambitions. Does this mean he asked the Lord Inquisitor even before I told him? What a thoughtful man. Yes, Lord Inquisitor. I was able to kill the bloodling somehow with my light, but I was still unable to bring forth my full might. I need proper guidance to learn and prosper, he requested. Thud. Lord Inquisitor thumped his staff on the floor. Quickly, Lady Aurora entered and saluted. Yes, Lord Inquisitor. Lady Aurora, I called you here for a special purpose. You are to become the mentor of God's favored and teach him the art of war, justice, and strategy. Teach him magic and help usher his talents to truly shine, for the church that is so benign. You shall accompany him for the coming 1 year and teach him all that there is to. Lord Inquisitor ordered. Sylvester and Lady Aurora stared at each other's faces instantly. There was some sort of friendly animosity between them, but both had different thoughts. Sylvester was excited and appreciative about this, because no matter what, she was a level 1 Grand Wizard and 10th Guardian of Light. She was extremely powerful in both strength and authority. He was excited to learn from her, and not to mention, Keeping her alongside on assignments would work as a great relief, which would mean he could take bigger assignments. I don't want to. I am not a babysitter, she denied. And Sylvester felt offended by that. He was not a child, even in comparison to her long lifespan. Instantly, all his excitement died out and he talked back. Perhaps Lady Aurora does not wish to help the future of the faith. I don't mind if she wishes not to accompany me. Aurora, I order you. Lord Inquisitor boomed again, however, this time with some anger in his voice. Aurora shrank her neck and annoyedly looked at Sylvester. But what about my own training? I am close to reaching level 2. Priest Sylvester is about to reach Arch-Wizard rank 2, and he recently killed a bloodling. At the same time, there is a bounty of 100,000 gold on his head. You will find plenty of evil to train with on journeys. She argued quickly. There are no challenges for people of our rank, and you want me to be his bodyguard. I am a guardian of light. Lord Inquisitor seemed even more angered as he scolded her. I am telling you to find challenges on the way, and do not forget, by helping Priest Sylvester, you are indeed helping the light. If you are going to disobey me, perhaps I need to find a different apprentice. May the holy light enlighten us. She instantly saluted the Lord Inquisitor. I accept this sacred duty, my lord. Priest Sylvester, meet me in the morning every day to train. Sylvester silently nodded while internally frowning. God, no, look at her face. She's definitely going to beat me. This is so shameful, I can't allow that to happen. Yes, why just me? I will bring Felix and Gabriel to share the humiliation too. As the meeting came to an end, somewhere out there in their sleep, two boys shuddered and felt cold all of a sudden. Take this as you leave, young bard. Lord Inquisitor handed over a token. At first glance, Sylvester recognized it to be a summon from the Pope. Holy Father wishes to see me. Indeed, I know not why, so do not ask. Go now, prepare for tomorrow's task. Sylvester saluted the man and left the large tent. And as he stepped outside, he was lifted into the air by his clothes from the front. Although he was taller than Lady Aurora, she was clearly stronger. Sylvester, who knew how to handle people the best, didn't react much and decided to go calm and easy with her. He reckoned the woman still had a very jovial personality, and since she was the youngest guardian of light, also the weakest, she had a lot to prove. Lady Aurora, let's help each other bring out the best of us in body and mind. The way he spoke those words, there was not a hint of the naivety of a young boy. Aurora felt as if she was the one being a little spoiled kid. This brought embarrassment and realization to her that the way she was acting was not befitting for her position. She let Sylvester go and apologized. Forgive me, I was being too impatient. I need to level up as quickly as possible, so I felt this is a setback. Why such hurry? He inquired. Because the fifth guardian is too old and may die at any moment. That would mean the guardians below fifth will move one place up each, and to become the ninth guardian, I need to be at level 2 of Grand Wizard rank as well. She explained annoyedly, as she rubbed her eyes in frustration. Sylvester could understand her urgency. It was similar to his, the only difference being his stake was his life. Then let's give our best and attain our goals. What's your goal? She asked. Sylvester answered mysteriously. Become what everyone else expects from me. Pope, do you really think you have what it takes to reach that place? Well, you do have the talent and you're still young. She suddenly got close to him and patted his shoulder, showing her big wide smile. If you someday do sit on the throne, don't forget about this kind big sister, okay? Sylvester, after looking at her face blankly, turned around and walked away. How dare you sigh at my face? Sylvester ignored her playfulness. He was curious about her, who she was, where she was from, her history and such. As for now, from the sense, he could only tell that she loved to mess around and make things easy going. The next morning, Sylvester was able to gather with his friends in the training arena of the Inquisitors. It was an empty, open space where anyone could come and train. "Why did you call us here so early in the morning, Max?" Felix asked while yawning tiredly. Gabriel was the same. Even though he wakes up early, he spends most of his time in the morning praying, so this was annoying to him. "I'd rather go back." Sylvester scoffed. "Go on, but don't complain to me later why you two are unable to rank up or get stronger." Felix lost all his sleep in an instant. "What have you planned, my best friend?" "I have secured a teacher for all of us. One so strong that most can't even dream of being taught by her. Just wait, and you shall see who it is." Both of the boys gulped and nodded silently. But even after waiting for an hour, nobody came, and they started staring daggers at Sylvester. However, to ignore both of them, Sylvester sat down to meditate instead, even though he was faking it and internally cursing at Aurora for not arriving on time. "I should just go and meet the Pope." "All right, you three, come here and stand in line." Sylvester's eyes opened abruptly and found the woman standing in her normal armor, her brown hair fluttering with the wind and gray eyes shining as always. "Whoa, 10th Guardian of Light will train us. That's so awesome." Felix chirped excitedly and wished to go first. Lady Aurora started to order them around. "You will call me Lady Aurora the whole time, and you must obey all my commands no matter what. I shall first teach you how to dodge, so prepare yourselves." Sylvester knew what was coming, so he quickly placed a solarium crystal in his mouth, and then put a lotion on his face to ensure the hits didn't get to him. Everyone knows that dodging exercise is just an excuse to beat someone up, and as he expected, Felix soon got the first taste of that medicine. Bam! "Arg, that hurt so much. That was amazing, Lady Aurora. Can we do it again?" Felix jumped to his feet instantly. Sylvester held his laughter after noticing the disgusted gaze of the woman, as she felt Felix's love for pain was creepy. However, she failed to realize the young warrior's resilience was more than she could imagine. "Just stay down this time." Aurora boomed and punched Felix in the guts after dodging all his strikes easily. Bam! Felix fell down, clutching his stomach with his hands and rolling on the grass. But he was still excited. "That was so fast, I didn't even notice your moves. Do you know the singing sword style, Lady Aurora? Can you teach that to me?" "Just stay down, boy. Why are you enjoying the pain? You're supposed to cry in pain, not cheer in joy," she shouted at Felix. Felix, however, stood up and taunted her with his right hand, gesturing to her to come forward. Once more. "Are you mentally retarded?" she asked. "No, I am mentally challenged to fight," Felix replied. In the distance, Sylvester and Gabriel sat on the ground and watched the madness ensue. Lady Aurora was pulling her punches. There was no denying it, or else Felix would have been in pieces by now. But seeing her tormented because of Felix's stupidity was a pure delight. Sylvester just took out some snacks Xavier had packed for him and ate them. "Want some?" Gabriel took the dried, pickled veggies. "How long do you think he will last?" "As long as she keeps pulling her punches, I'd say the whole day." Sylvester muttered and secretly fed the fat cat on his shoulders. Bam! "Arg, you hit me in the nuts." Felix finally fell to the ground, and it was at the cost of pain that even Sylvester and Gabriel felt from the distance. "You two, come here right now," Lady Aurora roared, appearing frustrated. Sylvester sighed and prepared himself for the beating. This was going to destroy his self-confidence for sure and humble his pride, but he won't go down so easily. "Gab, do you remember the plan?" "Yes, let's do it." As they approached Lady Aurora, they started running forward with punches out. They looked clumsy and not threatening at all, which relaxed Lady Aurora. That was Sylvester's plan from the start. He jumped towards her and shouted, "Now!" Whoosh! Instantly, Sylvester and Gabriel used light magic simultaneously and stunned Lady Aurora's vision. She even stepped back from the shock, which bolstered their confidence. Bam! Bam! Sylvester on the right and Gabriel on the left. Their fists perfectly landed on Aurora's pretty face. However sad for them, this was all they could do. Lady Aurora didn't flinch from the punch, and her face didn't appear red. Crack! She instead caught both their fists with ease. Her eyes shined as well, and her face grew a big wide smile, making her appear demonic. Hee hee, I knew you would do such a thing, boys. I remember your technique from that spar years ago, Torch Boy. Shit, even Garble cursed. Whoosh! She started to rotate them around herself like they were little dolls. Sylvester cursed as he knew what was coming next. So she's not dumb and does plan beforehand like me. He was merely testing her to see if she was really worth following and learning from. From this, it appeared she remembered his strategy from years ago and expected it. As for the beating, it was inevitable. They were just too low-ranked. 3 minutes was the maximum time the two lasted. By the end, their faces appeared swollen and bodies dirtied from being thrown around like rag dolls. But after the fight, they saw another side of Lady Aurora. She made them sit together and start healing their injuries with her magic. At that moment, she appeared like a reasonable adult, a genuinely caring person with a good heart. From the scent, Sylvester smelled the calmness and freshness of lavender and mint in his mouth, with a slight hint of motherly love. That made Sylvester wonder why she was so subservient to the Lord Inquisitor, so he asked her directly when she healed him. You are a guardian of light as well. Then why did you obey the Lord Inquisitor so easily? Lady Aurora looked at his face in dread. No, no thanks, I have no intentions of disobeying my father and getting whooped. What? The three boys exclaimed in unison. Chapter 134, Too Many Ding-Dongs. What? The three exclaimed together. Lady Aurora kept healing Sylvester's face and responded with great respect for the man that the world feared. Of course, not blood-related. He's a proper clergyman after all. When I was little, just 8, my village was sold by the Baron of the region because he could not pay the money he borrowed from the Count. It happened even though it was all illegal. And then, the villagers were sold. Unfortunately, they sold my parents to someone else while I was sent to a different place because they realized I somehow had high magic talent. After the revelation, I became one of the prime goods, though the treatment got worse as they tried to subvert my mind and make me submissive to their demands. To me, back then, the days were filled with misery, and I knew the future would be no better. I was too young and did not understand why all that was even happening to me, why they would hit me for no reason and try to scare me with death threats. Then, when I was about to be sold in an auction for 10,000 gold, Lord Inquisitor came and bid 1 copper mud. Everyone looked over and was shocked. Then the Lord Inquisitor just said one thing. Let the child go and nobody dies, persist and cease to exist. My eyes widened back then. Even though I couldn't see his face, he looked amazing and strong, and since that moment he became my role model. She revealed her background with much pride. Sylvester wondered if she tells others these details just to boast about the Lord Inquisitor. And what did the enslavers reply? She grinned. Lord Inquisitor believes that unless they are children of heathens, all children slaves should be freed. So when the people in the auction hall refused, he just burned all of them to crisp. Even the spectators were not spared. Yes, he gets furious too quickly. At that time, he didn't know about my talents, and it was only after he brought me to Holy Land that I was tested. What about the Baron who sold you? Felix asked. Lord Inquisitor exterminated his entire bloodline and made it vanish, and all the villagers who were sold were freed and given the wealth of that Baron to resettle. Sadly, my parents were long dead because they were bought by a noble in the West to be fed to his pet great lion. I hope they die a quick death. she revealed, though there was not much sorrow in her voice, as she likely didn't even remember her parents' faces. Gabriel sighed and made a quick prayer. May their souls rest in peace. Done, she stood up. Go now, do whatever you want. Tell me when you're assigned another assignment. I shall go and train myself in the meantime. Soon they all got on their horses. But as they started to move out, they realized they were all going in the same direction, and so the awkwardness ensued. However, they didn't say anything and just rode towards the port of Pope's Peninsula. Where are you three going? Lady Aurora asked. Guild Peninsula to buy some things, Felix replied. Bank, I need to see if my sister spent any money, Gabriel added. To meet the Pope. They all stopped all of a sudden and stared at Sylvester's face. Even Lady Aurora was surprised. I am so envious of you right now. Max, what are you doing here? A voice came out of nowhere. Suddenly, Xavier appeared on their way, likely going to work as Sylvester's training had taken place early in the morning. I just finished training. Aren't you late for work today? Sylvester waited for her to reach them. She showed her small bag. We are having yearly checkups for orphan children at the sick bay today, and all bright mothers must bring cookies or other treats for them. You want some? Cookies? Felix jumped from his horse, snatched some as she was offering, and ate it with no reservation. He loved the food Xavier made, no matter what it was. Following him, others also unmounted their horses. This is your mother, Lady Aurora asked, looking at Xavier with interest. Sylvester introduced them to each other. Mum, this is Lady Aurora Foxtron, the 10th Guardian of Light. She will be my mentor for this year. Xavier's jaw fell. It was worth noting that at most, the highest-ranked people Xavier met in her day-to-day life were bishops at best. The last time she met anyone too high-ranking was when the Lord Inquisitor saved them. In comparison, the Guardians were some of the highest-ranked people throughout the church. So being casually introduced to someone like this was overwhelming, to say the least, not to mention that Lady Aurora was famous for being one of the only women to reach this level in the clergy. Lady Aurora shook Xavier by the shoulder. Breath, bright mother, breath. May the holy light enlighten us, Lady Guardian. Xavier saluted as she was taught in her early study days. Lady Aurora chuckled and waved her hand. No, just call me Lady Aurora. And my God, you are so pretty. It's unbelievable you're Priest Sylvester's mother. Does she mean I'm ugly? Sylvester wondered. Felix nodded with his arms crossed. Indeed, Mother Xavier is very pretty and makes the best food too. You should try that sometime, Lady Aurora. Here, have some cookies. Sylvester looked back at his friend in disgust and annoyance. He was not planning to invite any woman to his home. It's best people of Aurora's rank stay away from that building, for the touching that happens there on some nights and the moans that leak. He'd rather not have all those poor women be chopped to pieces. Aurora took the cookie and ate it, and instantly her eyes sparkled. She held Xavier's hand in hers and asked, "What did you add to it? It's so good." Xavier, a bit stunned, replied monotonously as if she was a machine. "Honey, Max loves honey. Since he was young, add honey to anything and he eats it like holy water." Lady Aurora suddenly glanced at Sylvester with a changed look on her face. Gone was the condescending tone and expression. Now there were emotions of comradeship. Sylvester smelled pleasantness from her. So you're a fellow honey enjoyer, let me guess. You tasted it when you were little. Oh, is she also? Sylvester realized he needed to thank his mother later for this blessing. He nodded. That was the first non-milk thing I tasted. Lady Aurora bobbed her head as if she expected this much. It's good to meet those with the same taste as you. Ah, honey, the texture, the taste, and the pure natural sweetening. There is nothing like it elsewhere. Mother Xavier, I would love to try more cuisine with honey from you, she said while holding Xavier's hands, making her flustered. But Xavier was as kind as they came. Sure, I will tell Max from now on to bring you food with him." "Marvelous. So this venture will not be wasteful, it seems. But I must leave for my own training. You three boys, meet me here in the morning, same time." She quickly took some more cookies from the metal box in Felix's hand and left. Gabriel was just speechless seeing her attitude. She is so beautiful and yet does not seem womanly at all. Felix nodded. "Yeah, there is a man hidden in her somewhere." "Mum, come with me. I will drop you at the port so you can go to the Gild Peninsula. I also need to go to Pope's Palace. I've been summoned." Sylvester offered her a ride on the horse. Frost was a well-trained boy at this point. "The Pope has summoned you. Max, why are there so many important people all around you? You're just a priest." Xavier asked him because, deep down, him being half-blooded was fearsome to her. Sylvester honestly had no idea. "I guess I am meant for greater things. I did play on the Pope's lap for years, after all. Don't worry now, this isn't my first time." "Look at your face." Xavier suddenly moved closer to him and used her scarf to clean dirt off of his face. He grunted and moved back. "Mum, I'm not a kid anymore." "Seriously, woman, I'm a century-old man. I have some self-respect," he muttered silently. Xavier scoffed and continued to wipe his face. For a mother, her child is always a child, no matter if he's 10 or 100. And I suggest you cherish this while it lasts, because once I'm gone, you will only have these memories to remember the past. That did remind him somewhat that she was not as strong as him. Her magic rank was, at best, initial adept level, which meant she would not live for as long as him. "Fine." He stood silently and ignored Felix and Gabriel's chuckles, though Sylvester was more annoyed by Mirage, who was now licking his face. Eventually, they headed their ways. Sylvester got Xavier to sit on his horse in front of him with her legs swaying to one side and gave her a ride. Normally, if a man was seen going somewhere with a bright mother like this, it would be instant heresy, but he was famously known to be her son. A while later, he dropped her at the port from where she headed to work, and he went to the Pope's palace alone. He had to leave the horse at the bottom of 1,000 stairs and slowly head up. He rarely comes to this place, and whenever he does, he can't help but awe at the palace's beauty. It was mighty tall, and white marble was used in abundance. The pointy tips at the top were all gold, and beautiful engravings were everywhere. Even inside, he was in awe of the beauty after he entered. The entire ceiling was painted with scenes of various historic moments and some tales. The walls were covered with portraits of people from over 5,000 years of history. Various flower vases and other plants were placed evenly at a distance, and gold was the usual theme to show royalty. The guards were strategically placed to ensure nothing was harmed, since every inch of the palace had some important history in it. He was soon informed of where to find the Pope. The man was supposed to be in the East Wing, leading to the main office. But as Sylvester reached the place, he found the Pope standing outside his office and looking at the corridor's ceiling as if in deep thought. "May the holy light enlighten us, Holy Father," Sylvester greeted the man. The Pope just nodded and kept staring at the ceiling. "Come here, young bard, look up there. I don't know why the 24th Pope got these strange murals made on the ceiling. They are beautiful, but why are so many of them in such a questionable position?" "Maybe he loved them, your holiness." "What, Cox? No, I don't think he was into them." Chapter 135 is this, Crusade time. "I meant the murals, Holy Father," Sylvester quickly elaborated. However, he was also a bit shocked as to why there were so many naked men on the walls and the ceilings. This was not art. This was simply annoying public indecency, and the fact that all men must go through this hallway to reach the Pope's office ensured that everyone saw it every time. So he could feel that the 24th Pope must have some hidden desires for making this. Or maybe he was the opposite of those horny, bright mothers. "Biwahaha, of course. I was just kidding with you. Come, let's go to my office." The Pope laughed it off and led him to the big but plain office of the Pope. Sylvester took a seat behind the table while the Pope took his throne-like seat on the other side. The old man was smiling at him and showing a genuine proud face. "I heard a great many things about your work this time, son, especially from the Inquisitor High Lord. Did you create a new method for growing food in the Highland Kingdom? That is brilliant." Sylvester knew that the archpriest of Falshoot village must have sent a letter to the Holy Land long ago. Though he knew that the Pope didn't know about Sphinx Town since everyone was dead, and only his own report contained the details. "It was not that hard, just some basic alchemy concepts. I hope they can survive there. The climate is not very kind in those parts, Holy Father. I did, however, punish a noble of the region who was hunting the people for fun," he revealed. The Pope shrugged. "I trust you, son. Some people get far too comfortable with their sick tendencies once they taste some power. Wealth is like a curse sometimes, one of the reasons why we don't offer excessive amounts as salary here." "Why did you call me here?" Sylvester wondered instead. The Pope then turned serious. "I heard you killed one of the 13 Void Keepers." "So this is what he wanted?" Sylvester clarified immediately. "Because they threatened to kill Sir Dalorum, Gabriel, and Bishop Lazark while holding Felix and me down after we had just returned from killing a bloodling." The old man frowned instantly. Clearly, he didn't know the whole story and only the death was reported to him. "Tell me everything, priest. Do not omit anything." Of course, Sylvester would never tell the man about the underground cave and the large castle, but he didn't hide the other details. Firstly, the reason for the madness and the people of Sphinx Town falling out of faith was the faith itself. Sylvester told the Pope about the whole scenario of the sacking of Sphinx Town by cannibals and how an archpriest caused it. Then he revealed how the madness spread, slowly bringing up the current details. Shane Colt was a young 8-year-old with only a mother left, suffering from madness. He was an honest, hard-working child. Inspired by me, he wished to become my apprentice, a bard. Above all, he had the talent to become an arch-wizard and golden knight. By the time I went to kill the bloodling, the entire town had started to believe in the faith again because of my hymns and work to protect them. But when I returned, it was all gone, razed to the ground. That child, he died in his mother's arms in fire, melted like wax. All because a man named Jack stayed in the town 15 years ago and helped the people defend against the R**Pist, massacring cannibals. By the time Sylvester stopped telling the Pope the details of his journey, the old man looked visibly enraged. He was tapping on the table as if trying to stop himself from speaking and disturbing. "Do you know that Jax is the head of Antilight? If he wins, all of us lose." Sylvester looked into the old man's eyes and replied, "From what I see, he's already winning. Holy Father, who are we going to rule over? Who are we going to preach to? Who will pray to Solis when we've killed all the believers? Now the words of faith killing more than 5,000 people will spread like wildfire, and villages and towns will fall out of love with the church. Is that what we want? Because that's exactly what the Antilight wants. Our fight against the Antilight is not just of arms but also of the mind. We win as long as people keep praying to Solis. We lose once they stop." He knew that the Pope was not a dumb man and obviously understood this much. All of the higher clergy understood this much. The church was feared and respected because it was strong but also compassionate. What happens when it becomes cruel? Nothing. All becomes nothing. The Pope fell silent for a few minutes and thought about the future of the faith. Even to him, it was undeniable that killing people left and right was not the way. What the Void Keepers did was abysmal, there is no denying. They killed innocents for no reason. Indeed, if we're to kill everyone that has come into contact with Antilight, we'd end up killing most of the population. What happened to Sphinx Town is irrevocable and disheartening." Sylvester nodded at the man's comments but was disappointed that he didn't hear him say he would take action against the Void Keepers. By now, he had understood that the Void Keepers were like the CIA. They work on behalf of the top boss and sometimes don't even have to tell the top boss before doing something. Everything goes as long as the work is done to further the interests of the top boss. But at least the Pope's feelings seemed genuine enough, as the scent of hope and sadness backed them. Holy Father, I will submit my report tomorrow to Saint Wazir and also put in my request for a promotion. The Pope sat straight in his chair as the topic changed. That's well due, priest. You are already a master wizard and will soon reach arch-wizard rank. You should have been a bishop by now. Yes, I should have focused on elevating my clergy rank. I planned to run away from the church all this time, while the church just kept inching closer and weaving its designs, all around me. Sylvester thought, a regret for sure because maybe, just maybe, with more authority, he could have done something to save that boy. Then I will go and write my report, Holy Father. I am also being taught by Lady Aurora now, so I must also prepare for that. Sylvester stood up to leave as he felt his confidence in the Pope dwindle to an all-time low. Even though he understood why the man could not do something, there was no denying Sylvester was highly disappointed about losing a talented student who could have been loyal to him. As Sylvester was leaving, the Pope interjected, "Son, there may come times when the future looks bleak, but it's our duty to keep moving, for the light at the end of the dark tunnel is what we seek." Sylvester nodded and saluted. "May the holy light enlighten us." The Pope added more before Sylvester left. "You did well this time. I am proud of you. And I am ashamed of you." Sylvester thanked the man and left the office. Once out of the door, he just sighed and left the palace. He looked around and now felt disappointed instead of in awe because all he saw sent the message of might and authority. But what good was it? The landscape of upper echelon clergy is full of politics. I need to be careful with my rise, or I'll end up making enemies I can't afford to fight, he reminded himself. Meanwhile, back in the office, the Pope spoke. "Did you hear all that?" Whoosh! A man donning white robes with golden edges and holding a large golden glowing staff appeared out of nowhere, more like he appeared out of invisibility. "I did, Your Holiness." The Pope stood up, walked to his window, and looked at the sea and the Magna Sanctum in the distance. Its shining golden beauty and warmth were the best calming medicines to ever exist. Such experiences could dwindle one's belief in the Lord, Saint Scepter. The Void Keepers have done irrevocable damage to my reputation this time. Saint Scepter nodded and spoke minimal words. "They shall be re-educated, Your Holiness. Keep them in sensory deprivation and starvation for 2 months, and form a new policy for Void Keepers, for what the young bard said had some truth to it. With our hurtful actions, we are handing over villages and towns to Antilight on a silver platter. From now on, Article 66 can only be issued by me, you, Lord Inquisitor, or Saint Wizard. No Cardinal Suprema will hold this authority anymore." The Pope ordered. He was somewhat grateful to Sylvester for bringing light to this matter for him. As the Pope, he was a man who was constantly busy with 1,000 everyday things. The entire continent was at all times on the verge of a big war. There were enemies in the East and the Antilight. He cannot micromanage all things, leaving room for mishaps. Also, ensure the next assignment Priest Sylvester gets has nothing to do with faith. He needs a break from constant preaching. I know I'd need it if I were to lose my prodigy student. Speaking of him, where is he currently? The Ninth Guardian is sent to watch over the war between the Patch and Sorrow Kingdom, replied Saint Scepter. The Pope nodded his head. Good, he needs experience. Unfortunately, despite being my first student, he can't rise to my level. Priest Sylvester is my only hope to keep an eye on the young bard for me, protect him if he faces something too big for him. Saint Scepter saluted and bowed before vanishing once again. "I shall do as you command, Your Holiness." With that, the room fell silent, and the Pope returned to work at his desk. The documents revealed reports of bloodling appearing here and there every few days. There were, in total, 12,000 reports of bloodlings and further thousands of suspected cases. But of course, not all of them were as strong, and most of them go unnoticed. Most of them could also be dealt with by low-level clergymen from various monasteries too. Still, the situation was getting out of control now, and he feared he'd have to launch something he despised personally, as the plan had a very high chance of turning violent intensely. I hope Lord Inquisitor can handle this, or I'd be forced to launch another crusade. Chapter 136. Tree has seen some bull asterisk. Sylvester left the Pope's palace and headed to the Bright Mother's housing on his horse. He needed to plan things out for the coming years and find a way to get stronger fast. Chonky, you're supposed to be 1,000 years old. Don't you have some secret technique worth learning? Some funny drunken master, monkey art, or swan dance martial art or something? He jokingly asked the cat, who enjoyed the wind while sitting on the horse's head. Chonky looked back at him and nodded. I do. Eat banana and you will get strong. Of course, Lord Chonky, what else could I even expect from your wisdom? Sylvester muttered and rode in silence. That was until he was stopped by another man on a horse, wearing clothes not akin to a clergy. Instead, the white-haired, tan-skinned, and bearded old man was wearing a noble's attire, a super-wealthy noble above all. Respected clergyman, can you point me to Saint Wazir's house? The old man asked. Sylvester wondered who this could be, as he appeared very important, but he didn't pry too much. Sure, just take a left from the road ahead and you will reach the administration building. Saint Wazir lives in the mansion beside it. You have my gratitude. The old man thanked him and trotted away quickly. Sylvester just saw the man leave in silence. He looked rich. So shiny, I wanted to take his rings and chains, Murrej added, drooling at the same time. Reveria Kingdom. The Reveria Kingdom was many things good, but also bad. Being the wealthiest kingdom in the world ensured that the people and the nobles had a lot of disposable income, so much so that it could be used to tap into businesses otherwise thought to be too violent. Slavery, forced labor, prostitution, assassinations, and all such dark industries were thriving with the grace of the nobles of Reveria. Even the king knew about it, but as long as he received his share of the taxes, he didn't mind. All this eventually resulted in the appearance of the assassin guilds, one stronger than the other. They then created an extensive bounty system and combined it with many other organizations around the continent. This guaranteed that they always knew who wanted someone dead. There were assassins and bounty hunting groups as weak as a group of lowly knights and as strong as a few arch-wizards. The work paid really well, so it was a lucrative business for even men of high morals. Sylvester's bounty was initially 100,000 gold graces, and his initial bounty rank was set at C grade because it was widely known he was a bard and a light wizard. Now, he may be highly dangerous against dark creatures, but against other men he was considered weak. At least, that's what all thought until the news of the massacre of the Sneaky Stormers bounty hunting group came. When the news of it reached other hunters and assassins, immediately the bounty was increased and the rank was upped. However, they still made it an A-grade bounty only. There was a mystery as to what Sylvester was capable of doing, and that would cost many lives in the long term. Holy Land. A day had passed, and Sylvester had submitted his report and also told Saint Wazir about his experience with the Void Keepers. Then a scheduled Sanctum Council was called, and all got to read the report about the rise of bloodlings, their powers, their effects on the mind, and also the presence of demons. Only a few details were omitted from the report, such as the underground castle, various wealthy tools he used, the Void Keepers, and his meeting with the Crown Prince of Reveria. They crossed a line this time to threaten to kill him. Lord Inquisitor spoke first this time. A good insect is one that knows what can stomp it, so when it bites, it's time to end its misery. Saint Cyr, the spymaster, interrupted, however. They do what we can't do openly. They are as important to the faith as the Bright Mothers and the Holy Army. The Pope raised his palm and silenced everyone. They did go too far. Killing more than 5,000 people for just a what if is not how we want the people to remember the faith. They will be punished accordingly but not killed. They will be re-educated and informed about the new laws. Saint Keymaster and Saint Medico gulped their saliva in the room. The two were the most non-battle related saints, so they were not as face-to-face with the violence. But they also knew re-education was just another word for mentally breaking and re-engineering. It was an excruciating process. The Pope continued after letting them digest the information. There is no more need to talk about the Void Keepers. The real matter is about the Bloodlings. Lord Inquisitor, can you handle them or not? Otherwise, a crusade may be the only option. Not overestimating his own abilities, Inquisitor High Lord replied honestly. I do not believe just the Inquisitors can handle so many Bloodlings. We may need to eventually launch a crusade against them at the right moment, but we must also ensure they don't turn violent. Otherwise, the ravaged villages will only become new hotspots for future Bloodlings. Pope sighed in frustration and looked toward Saint Cyr. What's the news from the ongoing war? It's as bloody as we expected. The chief spymaster replied. Grand Duke of the Patch has overwhelmed the Sorrow Kingdom. The refugees from the Sorrow Kingdom have swarmed the Highland Kingdom and are in one way or another trying to reach Riveria and eventually the Holy Land. If I may, Saint Keymaster spoke suddenly. His name was Cardinal Helix Steelworth, and he was the chief economist of the Pope. He was responsible for maintaining a steady flow of money, so it was rare for him to meddle in such war-related discussions. The various monasteries across the Eastsall have been asking for aid so they can help refugees. If we proceed to help them, then the coffers of the faith will dwindle to an all-time low. Saint Medico, Cardinal Nose Leeds, also spoke up. A higher demand for more medical supplies and help is being noticed as well. Not only that, but crimes against Bright Mothers have also been noticed to be on the rise. Those people have nothing to lose, so they are not even trying anymore. It was a mess of large proportion that left the Pope angered. First of all, kill anyone who harms a Bright Mother. There shall be no compromises in those laws, and preach to them what will happen if they touch these poor women. As for the price of all this, put it on the Grand Duke's head. We allowed him to break the Sorrow Kingdom into two and create his own Grand Duchy, and now he has started an unprovoked war, so he better pay. Saint Scepter, take a delegation to the Patch. You will find the Ninth Guardian there as well. Saint Scepter was the publicly known second strangest man in the church and likely among all the kingdom, so him going was a huge message. Pay up, or we'll take the money ourselves. It will be done, Your Holiness. Saint Scepter accepted the task. After that, the last matter was on the table. It was not really a matter, however, because the decision had already been taken by Saint Wazir. It was just a low-level administration thing, and the council didn't need to discuss it. So the next is a request for a clergy promotion by Priest Sylvester. What? Sylvester had come to the Soul Tree once again to see if he could observe another divination. He was also hopping to see Grandpa Monk. But first, he decided to explore the tree more to see if the first pope wrote any more messages. Make see. Sylvester quickly moved to Muraj, as the boy seemed to have found something. What is it? Look, more words. Sylvester, excitedly, landed on the branch and read it quickly. But in an instant, his shoulders fell as the words were not something he expected, nor were they something he wanted to read again. The words were, O Lord Solis, why did you make me like this? Not only did I copulate with the Count's wife, but I did it with his 2 daughters as well. Please have mercy on my soul, for I do it not from the heart, but it just happens. I hope you will guide my soul after my time comes to an end. Trust me, I am no fiend." Sylvester was speechless at the words and felt disgusted. This knight was first of all related to the faith, and second, he was somehow high enough to reach the soul tree unsupervised. Who was he, Sylvester thought. "Chunky, how sharp are your claws?" he asked. Murrej quickly showed one hand and the sharp claws on it with a grin. "Makes he want someone's blood. Tell I slit." "Chunky, just use your mighty paw and scratch this name off. I despise it," he ordered. Murrej quickly got to work and started scratching. "Okie." Meanwhile, Sylvester looked around but found no more words of the first pope. Seeing his time was coming to an end, he decided to go and meet the grandpa monk before meditating. "Knock, knock." "Come in." Sylvester opened the door of the wooden shack and entered. It smelled like heaven inside, as various herbs and some sort of tea were brewing in a pot. The old man was the same as the last visit, happy and calm. "I knew you would come here soon enough. The guards informed me of a blond boy entering the peninsula. Come here, drink some tea. It's good for your heart." Sylvester was careful since this was one man he could not sense the emotions of. "Thank you." He looked around and noticed a few new things were on the various wooden shelves. "It seems you found more herbs." Grandpa Monk smirked. "I am an enthusiast after all. Trying to make a non-alcoholic beverage that also gives you the same effects is extremely hard, but I have made some progress. What about you, young bard? What adventures did you go on?" Sylvester mumbled a few words. "Killed a bloodling, saw my first apprentice die and nearly got killed. Anyway, Grandpa Monk, do you know some knight by the name Billworth?" The old man spat his tea. "So you found the carvings. It's maddening, truly. Nobody knows who this knight is or when he lived or which count he talked about. All we know is that he has fornicated with the count's wife, his two daughters, count's mother, count's wife's mother, count's niece, count's servants, and even count's sisters, and every time he writes an apology here. Many popes in the past have launched a manhunt for him but had no luck." Speechless. Sylvester was just speechless and felt somewhat worried for the mysterious count's sake. He wondered if he had also found the god of debauchery by mistake. Chapter 137, Dreams of Destruction. Sylvester wondered if the whole thing was a joke by one of the guards in the Soul Peninsula. But again, why would they do something like this? So either this was the story of the most debaucherous knight or the most unlucky count. He wondered if the count's children were even his own. Heck, did the count's bloodline even survive? Grandpa Monk laughed after seeing Sylvester's deep-thinking face and poured him some more tea. "Here, freshen your mind of that filth now. Don't think much about it. I tried and couldn't come up with any reasoning." Sylvester was, however, also interested in the message from the Pope. Did he not see that as well? If he did, then why didn't he get it removed? Or could it be deliberate ignorance? "True, but I came here to check up on my visions and you, Grandpa Monk. Every time I return to the Holy Land, I wonder if you're still alive," Sylvester replied. The old man coughed and looked at Sylvester's face dumbly. "That almost sounds like you're disappointed with my prolonged existence." Sylvester ignored what the old man just said and spoke about Solis instead, something that gets everyone riled up. "Grandpa Monk, what should one do if he sees another man of faith committing a sin that harms the very foundation of the church?" Being an experienced fifth guardian, the old man already understood that Sylvester must have experienced something in his journey. In his eyes, he saw an image of Pope Axel when he was young and going through an existential crisis because he saw something wrong done by another clergyman. Deathly embrace of Solis is what those clergymen deserve. That's what the official law suggests. But the reality is often more complex than just the written rules. Sometimes, one evil must win so we can defeat 10 other evils. But we all get judged by the Lord at our end, so punishing one while alive is the duty of those alive right now. What if they are not punished? Sylvester asked. Grandpa Monk replied instantly. They always do, not today then tomorrow. Anyone who thinks they are the biggest fish in the pond is destined to be eaten by a bigger fish one day. There is a law bigger than man's, one that accumulates the sins and the virtuous deeds, and they apply on all no matter how much one pleads. So, if you can, try bringing justice. If you cannot, then let fate claim the fatality. These old men do speak very wisely but act otherwise mostly. Sylvester thought silently. In that case, I hope I can one day become strong enough to bring justice to all. Nobles, commoners, slaves, or underhumans, as long as they praise the Lord, they should be allowed to afford the light of soles. Sylvester replied in the same old wise manner, which was the cheat behind leaving a long-lasting image of him in others' minds. "Do you want more tea, son?" Grandpa Monk asked him. Sylvester stood up instead. "No, I should leave and meditate now, but I did bring you a gift from my travels. Here, this is the sunflower flavoring for food and sunflower scent liquid." The old man's eyes shined as he accepted the gifts warmly. "Ha ha, good lad, it's always a treat to receive gifts. I will gladly utilize these. Go on, meditate and try enjoying life every once in a while. There is no point in working if you're not living." Sylvester saluted him and walked out. There, he again found the pet bear of Grandpa Monk. It was also an old bear and very friendly. So Sylvester gave the good beast some honey-baked cookies as treats and left. But instantly, Murraj spread his paws in front of Sylvester's face as if he were a poor beggar. "Lord Makesy, won't you spare one little cookie for this little meow meow?" "Damn it, I can't be strict when you're this cute." Sylvester melted instantly, especially seeing the cat's big cute eyes. "Fine, but only one. You need to be careful, Chonky. You snore a lot these days." Sylvester relented and gave one cookie, then he jumped onto some branches and found a good spot to sit down and meditate. Murraj knew Sylvester would take a lot of time, so this time he just stayed sitting on his lap and eating the cookie, and once done, he planned to sleep. As usual, Sylvester closed his eyes and emptied his mind. Then he started to focus on his breath and slowly felt like he was falling asleep. When he started to sense some heat radiating behind his head, he knew the meditation was working, and if there was any vision, he'd see it. Whoosh! Soon enough, he felt his senses being swept away through a tunnel. His vision stopped being dark, and a scene appeared. It was daylight, and it seemed to be some sort of ruins of a castle. It was daytime, and all he could hear was the rumbling of the earth and the clashing of swords in the distance. The ruins seemed new as bloodied bodies were lying around here and there, heads splattered and brain matter scattered, but it was all too blurry to see who they belonged to. "Princess, we must leave this place. It's not safe." "Be but my father, he's still fighting." "He's fighting for you, my princess. This is an order, I must bring you to safety." "No, I won't leave him." Sylvester tried to focus on this exchange happening. And soon, the first scene he saw was a blurry tall man in knight's clothing smacking his hand on the little girl's head, making her fall unconscious. Then he put her on his shoulder and started to run while talking to her in a saddened voice. "Forgive me, Zai, but as long as you live, we are immortal in your memories. You must stay strong, the future will not be very kind to you. These walls that protected you these years will not be there, and you are small, weak, but talented. In the dark days ahead, you must show us all how you are so valiant. You must always strive to be gallant." Sylvester noticed a few drops of tears from the ashen black-haired girl's eyes. She was so small and thin, making him wonder if she'd even survive out there, if what he guessed was correct. The girl suddenly jolted awake and looked towards the sky, straight towards Sylvester in his eyes. She cried, seemingly talking to him. "You hear everything, you see everything. Then why can't you help? Aren't you God?" You can do anything. Sylvester silently kept looking at her, reckoning she was talking to Solis. How can you be so indifferent to my plight? How can your golden eyes be void of light? That in an instant raised some goosebumps. Sylvester was unaware that she could see him all this time. Who was she? How could she? Why? His mind was overblown with questions, but there were no answers. He could not even discover who she was, since the world was full of chaos, and there were far too many people with similar hair. Please, you sang me to sleep when I was scared, just once more. A miracle, please. Sylvester, however, could not do anything, and he felt out of breath from this revelation. So his senses became out of order, and the vision started to end. Slowly, everything started to turn dark, and the girl simply cried. Don't let her go, Master wants her dead. Sylvester heard the echoes of someone chasing the girl and her helper. She was not going to survive, it appeared, but he hoped she would. He hoped one day he could meet her and find out why they were connected. So as the vision diminished, he sang a hymn to call forth a miracle. He did not know if it would succeed, for he didn't know if the Solis was real and his words would do something. All he could do was just hope. I watch the sins of mortals from afar. You are not a son of Solis anymore. The pain you have inflicted on others. Time shall come when in pain you too suffer. Your bloodline I curse today. Specks of dust that makes you shall wash away. As Sylvester sang, amidst the narrowing vision, he noticed the girl was nearly captured as the chasers threw some projectiles. But as they were about to grab her, they stared at the sky in fear and soon knelt with arms crossed on their chest, saluting the Solis. Lay siege to end this bloody facade. Perish these foul souls who seem so untrod. Burn these with the utterance of your bard. Fall, a mighty thunder of God. Boom! Suddenly, Sylvester's ears were attacked with a loud boom that abruptly shocked his mind out of the vision. He woke up instantly and looked left and right. His heartbeat was racing and echoing in the nightly forest. He looked down and saw Murad soundly sleeping on his lap. He wondered how long he was there meditating. That was such a strange vision. I must get to the bottom of this. Who is she? Did my hymn do something? Could they hear me somehow? He looked up at the sky, and all he noticed was the darkness due to the thick cover of the soul tree. But there were fireflies illuminating everything, making it beautiful and indicating it was night. This brought another question, however. The vision I saw was all happening in daylight. Does this mean the visions can be from the past or the future? He was undoubtedly left with a serious headache. I should head home, or Mum will be frightened. As he picked Murad up, he noticed a small plate beside him with a symbol of the church painted on it, full of half-eaten fruits. Who placed it? For Chonky, but nobody can see him. Goff, you finally woke up, Lord Bard. He turned around and saw Sir Dalaram standing there, appearing tired as well with dark circles under his eyes. But there were also the Pope and Grandpa Monk standing behind, staring at him with curiosity and wonder. Did something happen? Sylvester asked them in concern, as this was unexpected. He had just gone to mediate and didn't expect to meet anyone here. Another thing was that the Pope was in his official robes, meaning he came here in a hurry. Did I do something? Son, you are one blessed beast, Grandpa Monk commented, but it seemed to be a compliment. At that, the Pope walked close to Sylvester and patted his shoulder and arms as if to see if he was all right. Amazing. You are unharmed even after spending 5 days in meditation. What? Chapter 138, Sir Dalaram and Knights of Revelations. 5 days ago. After Sylvester went to do his meditation, Grandpa Monk got busy making his non-alcoholic but effective sunshine nectar, as it was his best pastime with his adopted son, the current Pope. Even the Pope nowadays came to help him in the evening, and like two mad muscular men with exposed torsos, they brooded in the open. Bam! Old man, let's go and brew your sunshine nectar. Tonight, we shall finish the final recipe. The Pope entered the little shack of the Grandpa monk by kicking the door. It was enough to scare the old man inside and hold on to everything, fearing it would all fall apart. Axel, you silly child, my little home can be blown away by your single sneeze. Do not kick the door. The Pope, turning into a kid when with his adoptive father, acted silly. It's just a shack. I can make you a nice stone castle here if you want. I will enchant it myself with all luxuries. What do you say? Grandpa Monk ignored it. No need, you stay in your pompous palaces. I quite like nature. Ah, by that I remembered the little bard is here. He went to meditate early in the morning. Did he go back? Sylvester is here. Interesting, let's go and see, the Pope suggested. So the two men searched around and soon found Sylvester sitting on a thick branch with a bright golden halo behind the head. He was cross-legged, his palms were on his lap, and he appeared so calm that one would think he was dead. He's in a trance, the Pope commented as they watched him shine in the darkness of the night. Grandpa Monk knelt beside Sylvester and nodded after looking at his face, particularly the moving eyeballs under the eyelids. He's seeing a deep vision, it seems, truly a miracle child. Who knows where his destiny will take him? I hope it's the right path. There is no saying when he will wake up, however. Should we stay here? The Pope shook his head since the place was extremely safe. No need. We shall focus on brewing. I will call his aide to keep an eye instead. Saying that, the Pope stared at Sylvester with a mysterious gaze. He knew about Sylvester's visions, but even he could not help but wonder what it was that Sylvester was seeing. Was it related to him? The church? No, I can't let these thoughts corrupt me, for this paranoia is the first step to insanity. The Pope looked away and returned to the shack with the old man. Then he called a guard and sent him to find Sir Dalaram. Sir Dalaram was called in the middle of the night and was informed that there was an emergency. He was not told anything and was just thrown onto a boat and taken to the Sol Peninsula. He was honestly a bit on edge, as any man would be after being awoken so abruptly. But he kept calm and followed the instructions. He was a little man and had been on the peninsula only once, as he was not allowed any time else. As his boat reached the shore, he was overwhelmed by the number of guards. Even the lowest-ranked guards were higher-level wizards or knights than him. Soon his whole palm print was taken on a shining orb, and then his eyes were scanned with that same orb. He didn't know what strange magical artifact it was and didn't dare question it. After that, the overly dressed and formal guards led him straight towards the little hut near the Sol Tree. And to his shock, he saw madness, a scene so bizarre that he had to pinch himself until he bled to ensure it was no dream. There he noticed the Pope and the fifth guardian, topless, sweating, boiling something on a furnace in a large container. It smelled like a mix of herbs and a strange, nose-tingling solid smell. What's happening here? Did I offend them? He wondered. But all that doubt went out of his mind as the Pope looked at him. In an instant, he was on his knees and greeting. I pay respect to the respected His Holiness, Supreme Pontiff. He was an average man. He does not get the privilege to meet a man like the Pope so often. At most, he can see him from afar. The only reason he does not get overwhelmed by Lord Inquisitor's aura was that he became an inquisitor under that man's training. He had been an assistant to high-ranking inquisitors from the start. Meeting any other guardian or such men was overwhelming, for they represented the best and the strongest the Church had to offer. "How may I be of use, Supreme Pontiff?" he asked, not looking at the face. But the Pope seemed to be in an excited mood as he shooed the guards away and pulled Sir Dalaram close, then made him stand, sandwiched between himself and Grandpa Monk. Both old fogies were 6'5" or 6, so they towered over the average Sir Dalaram. The bald wizard knight was sweating more from the pressure of being between there than the heat from the furnace. "Here, take a sip, young soldier. It ought to rejuvenate you," Grandpa Monk passed a glass full of liquid from the pot. Now Sir Dalaram's duty was to drink it, so he didn't waste a moment and gulped it all down in one go. Ah, Mitha! Bam! And there he went, falling on his back like a wooden log, straight to dreamlands. This did frighten the two mad old men, however. The Pope quickly checked. Good soulies, he's alive, let's put him in the shed. Grandpa Monk sighed. Young generations can't even handle some good old sunshine nectar, only a little bard and you can handle it. The Pope chuckled. I get the feeling that Sylvester may not look old, but in my mind, he's just like us too. Now wait for me while I put Sir Dalaram to the bed, don't drink all of this. Sir Dalaram did not know what had happened, but when his eyes again opened, he initially thought it was all just a dream. But then he felt the ceiling was not something he recognized, so he jolted up. Where am I? But his voice died the moment he noticed the Pope and Fifth Guardian of Light sitting beside a table and staring at him. Thankfully, they were now adequately dressed. Pah! Grandpa Monk clapped suddenly and shoved his palm at the Pope. You lost the bet, son. He woke up in 2 hours. The Pope, begrudgingly, took out a gold coin from his pocket and gave it to Grandpa Monk. I will win one day. Just remember that. I've remembered it for 200 years. I'll probably die before you win. Sir Dalaram silently stayed seated, for this was not his place to speak. He mentally prepared himself for whatever was to come next, but one thing was certain. He saw this side of the Pope and the Fifth Guardian for the first time. While the Pope usually seemed like a highly wise and strict person, the Fifth Guardian was a silent sage. But apparently, this was their real personality. The Pope noticed the gaze and ordered Sir Dalaram. Forgive us for calling you here, son, but your duty calls you, for the young bard sits on the tree branch, meditates, and likely watches a vision in a trance. There is no telling when he may wake up, so your task is to watch over him. Sir Dalaram stepped to the side and knelt like a knight, then saluted. I shall fulfill the duty to the best of my ability, your holiness. Good, then follow me. The Pope led Sir Dalaram to the specific branch. What? Memoirs of Sir Dalaram. As shocking as seeing the Holy Father and Fifth Guardian like that was, it was also reassuring to know that they were just like us, people who enjoy little happiness. But I was not prepared for what was to come next, and Sylvester's halo and meditation were not even a part of it. Initially, I didn't even believe it. I thought I was hallucinating after staying awake for a whole day without resting. But then I realized someone was snoring nearby. I could not find anyone, no matter how much I looked, so I decided to try a hypothesis. Since the guards left food for me to consume, I decided to lay it as a trap. At first, I put some fruit on a plate and then placed it beside Sylvester in a way I could see it, and yet it may seem I could not. And as I expected, one of the fruits, a banana, was slowly being pulled out of the plate and then behind Sylvester. Soon, the banana peel was thrown off. I was frightened that an evil spirit had haunted Sylvester, but on second thought, I realized that was impossible, for we sat beneath the warmth of the holiest tree in the world. Hence, I planned to test another hypothesis. This time, I placed a plate with the symbol of the church on it. Yet again, the banana got taken away. I kept doing it until it became so bold that the banana flew away right in front of my eyes. I had no idea what it was, but I reckon it was small. Was it the devil, or an evil spirit? I do not believe that's possible. Sylvester is the Lord's bard. His shine is brighter than the sky stars. No evil can lurk near him lest they wish to burn. This means it could only be one thing. It is a guardian angel sent directly by the Lord, for the one befitting a child of Solis, blessed by the light, the true God's favored. May the holy light enlighten us. I thank Lord Solis for showing me this miracle. What? Present. Sylvester looked at the Pope's face as if he saw a ghost. 5 days. How is that possible? I felt as if only a few minutes had passed. The Pope quickly handed him a little bottle of potion to restore the lost nutrients in his body. That is why the visions are considered so rare and incomprehensible. Not just seeing them is hard, but also finding where it leads. Hence, in most cases, these visions are useless, as by the time the seer realizes their oncoming fate, it's too late. Sylvester nodded but didn't elaborate on his own vision. He didn't know who was after that girl. Was it the church she was running from? Pat. The Pope patted Sylvester's back and spoke. Priest Sylvester, I see you as a son, just know this. Sylvester internally frowned as he smelled the aroma of anxiety from the big man. Thank you, Holy Father. The Pope nodded and replied with something nothing less than a shocker. If you are physically feeling well, you have someone waiting to meet you. It's the King Atrox Highland. Sylvester stopped himself from jumping in excitement. Isn't he the one who wanted to adopt me? Chapter 139. An Opportunity of a Lifetime. Sylvester didn't know why King Highland wanted to see him, but he knew that the man could be worth a lot if he could somehow win his fondness, even more so as an ally since the king was also a grand wizard, along with his wife. As long as I can somehow manipulate this king to be kind to me, I will never have to worry about power, and maybe one day he can help me in the fight to become the Pope. He planned to meet the man silently. But at the same time, he strongly reminded himself that other people are not fools. The man was a strong wizard and a king. There had to be a lot of mental and physical prowess involved there. I may be highly smart, but to think there can never be someone better than me will only bring my doom earlier. Sylvester readily agreed to meet the king as he felt well. Then I should not keep the king waiting, Holy Father. Good, you may leave with Sir Dalaran and return. I believe Sir Dalaran also needs some rest after staying up for 5 boring days and nights. The Pope ordered them in a usual formal tone. Grandpa Monk rubbed his beard and walked closer to hand Sylvester a glass jar. Take this, young bard. This is my recipe for the best sunshine nectar, but keep this away from the reach of your mother and friends, lest they suffer the same fate as your aide. Sylvester glanced at Sir Dalaran and smelled some disappointment. He chuckled and took it. Thank you, Grandpa Monk. I will come back again to play a new game with you. It's called chess. I will be waiting for you then, young bard. Sylvester saluted the 2 old men and walked away with Sir Dalaran. It had been 5 days, and he wondered how everything was going. Did you inform Mum about my absence? I hope she didn't get anxious because of this, he asked. She was brought here by me on the same night to show you were fine. She may still be a bit anxious, however. That's how most mothers are. Sylvester had to agree on that point. No matter what, Xavia would worry about him. Likely even if he becomes the Pope, she would worry about his safety. Soon they were on a boat to Pope's Peninsula. It was nighttime, so there was nothing to see other than water all around them. Being alone, Sylvester asked Sir Dalaran, "Do you think Solis is real?" Sir Dalaran wanted to shout back at Sylvester by now. He had seen the young man meditating for 5 days, looking like some god, and at the same time he met a guardian angel. Of course, he is real. You are the living proof for it. If that's the case, then why am I not pampered? Why must I go through all these things? Be treated like a common clergyman and face all this madness alone? Sylvester asked, because, according to common customs, talented or important individuals are usually protected and spoiled. Yet here he was, going through every torment imaginable. Sir Dalaran had an answer to that as well. That's because it never works. You know how spoiled princes become the worst of kings and general humans. In the old days, God's favored were genuinely treated like princes. They were never sent out of the Holy Land, were taught by the best teachers in special classes, and were trained with the best materials. But in the end, in nearly all cases, none of those God's favored became the Pope or even a guardian of light. This revealed the flaws, and since then, God's favored are made to face all the hardships like any ordinary clergyman. Sure, you may get some small benefits, like how you can meet the Holy Father or how you can get some special resources. But other than that, you are expected to face all the hardships and grow. Because if you survive all that madness and still come out on top, then that would mean you were always meant to be the one true God's favored. If you quit or die, then you were never even worthy. So you mean the church would rather see talented young men die than spend precious resources on them to be spoiled, Sylvester commented. Sir Dalaram shook his head. The church takes responsibility for the safety of those it considers important. Didn't Lord Inquisitor come to save you and me in that cave? Even Priest Felix has been saved by higher clergymen during his adventures. The church merely tries to balance the special privileges they give you while ensuring you organically grow stronger. All the mental and physical hardships are meant to make you stronger, even more so after the great game has started. Great game, Sylvester exclaimed. I don't know the details, but I heard this from the Lord Inquisitor in a joint Inquisitor administration meeting. It likely means that those vying for the Pope's position have started making their moves. The Holy Father is 216 years old as of now, and according to history, on average, a Pope lives for 310 years more or less on that. So if they start playing the game right now, they will have enough support to ascend when the time comes. So I must start playing this game as well. Sylvester thought about the future prospects. He reckoned that in most circumstances, he's only being seen as a possible pope after the next pope. Hence most people in the current race to ascend don't even take him seriously, and this ignorance could be his boon. It seems the times ahead are going to be very interesting. Sylvester muttered and looked towards the twin moons in the sky. And dangerous. Sylvester chuckled. Already is, so tell me something new. What? Sylvester's home. Biwahaha, I never knew that young Sylvester had such feats under his belt. Such a talented young man. Unfortunately, I couldn't help in time. Xavia was again baffled because so many strange things had happened in the past few days. First, she met the 10th Guardian of Light. Then she saw the Soul Peninsula and walked on the branches of the Soul Tree, and right now, there sat in her house in the living room, a mighty king. Why have you come here, old Foggy? You shall not have me deceived again. This voice was from the 10th Guardian of Light, who had come to guide King Highland around because 1, she was strong, and 2, letting a man enter the Bright Mother's housing was not good. King Highland laughed with no care. Biwahaha, are you still angry at me, Aurora? When you were little, I remember you came to my palace with Lord Inquisitor. You wanted to marry me because I was handsome. Lady Aurora pouted and looked away. I was a naive child back then, not my fault there. It was you, fiend, who tried to seduce me. Sorry, Aurora, but I have no liking for young kids. That's the specialty of some of your brethren heathens. Trinity is and was the only one for me, my beautiful love from childhood. King Highland mocked and then dreamily spoke. Lady Aurora acted as if she didn't hear the first part, as she had no counter-argument regarding that. How is Queen Trinity? If anything, she is the most sensible person in your kingdom. But King Highland didn't mind Aurora's jibbing remarks as he knew it was all being said in playfulness. He had known her since she was a little kid, after all. Oh, she's fine and pretty as always. But the mental burden of not being able to further our bloodline has been taking a toll on her now. The words spoken against her in mockery, even when it's not her or my fault, is heartbreaking. Just then the door to the little house opened, and Sylvester walked in alone. However, he paused in the middle as he looked at the people inside. He expected the king to be there, but what was Lady Aurora doing there? Greetings, he muttered. The king stood up and walked to Sylvester. Without showing any reservations, he hugged the bard. It's a pleasure meeting you, son. You are as handsome as the legends say. God, so much flattery. Sylvester sighed internally and moved back from the hug. May the holy light enlighten us, your majesty. The Holy Father told me that you wish to see me, he asked, intentionally revealing that he was close to the Pope. The king laughed it off and retook his seat. I was in the Holy Land regarding the intense wave of refugees arriving in my kingdom. I cannot alone help them, for my coffers are not that full. In silence, Sylvester tried to discern the man's character. From the various scenes, he saw that the man was cheerful and happy, but he refused to believe there was nothing hidden inside. So, to test the king, he spoke something that would usually anger any boastful noble. Sylvester, in a scornful tone, replied, "Not that you helped your own citizens either." The King Highland fell silent and the smile disappeared from his face. He looked at Sylvester's face in his eyes and nodded. "I have indeed failed them, it seems. I was never told about the condition of Falshoot village and the human hunting happening there by the noble. For that, I am utterly ashamed. As for the bloodling, we normally let the church deal with them." What's this? Genuine spiciness of rage and foul smell of sadness. Did I just find the most honest king ever? Sylvester wondered once he sensed the sense. King Highland continued to speak. "I am thankful that you were able to defeat that vile creature." "But in the end it was too late," Sylvester exclaimed. "It wasn't you who failed, Priest Sylvester. It was them. Those vile dogs of the— It is one of the reasons why I came here to ask for an explanation and to apologize to you." That raised his brows. Apologize for what? For what happened to you when you were little. If not for Inquisitor High Lord, we would have lost a wonderful young man. My wife and I initially thought about adopting you after we heard what happened, but sadly we were denied because the church was your custodian. However, now you're an adult and free to decide for yourself. So, Priest Sylvester, would you like to become the crown prince of the Highland Kingdom? Sylvester glanced at Xavia, who appeared shaken by the proposal. So she looked at Sylvester to see what his response would be. He, instead, looked into the king's eyes and smelled something that made everything clear for him. Now, making a decision was easy. I can become a rich fat lord and never worry about money or feeding Chonky. I can forever live in luxury. To Sylvester, the answer was as clear as day. Your Majesty, I want to. Chapter 140, Cough, Cough. I refuse, Your Majesty. But why all the riches, all the comforts of being royalty? You won't ever have to go on life-threatening missions either, King Highland asked, appearing saddened. But Sylvester smelled the same scent as the last time, lies. For some reason, he realized King Highland was lying to him. His persona of being kind and gentle was likely not false, but this one thing about adopting him was definitely a lie. Why? He'd have to find out on his own. This is my life now. All the people I know, the friends and families, all expect something from me, and that expectation is from this life I am living right now. I have given myself to the service of Solis, and I do not plan on leaving this any time soon, Sylvester replied. King Highland nodded and smiled. With that, Sylvester was pleasantly shocked to sense the scent of tulips, a sign that some sort of worship was emerging in the man's mind. I should seal the deal with my ultimate move. Maybe then I can induce some more worship, Sylvester thought. King Highland was already full of praise, however. This is the first time I'm seeing someone reject a whole kingdom. Sylvester replied instantly, trying to make himself appear wiser. If it's not earned, then there are no lessons learned. If you make a king by simply picking someone off the streets, then the days of your kingdom are numbered. Experiences speak louder than any words in a book, Your Majesty. If you insist on making a king such as this, then it'd be your legacy's travesty. Sylvester, not giving time to anyone to speak, raised his right hand and spread light. Then he looked directly into King Highland's eyes as he started to sing, with a halo behind him. For long, the Lord's edicts have been erect. The laws of mankind on which we act. A slave or a king, we all must come to respect. All must await until fate and duty intersect. This is the law, the light that makes us perfect. We're souls stuck between the godly realm and hell. We must keep our hearts open for the holy bells. All are born with a purpose, and so it compels. If you do not serve, against you the heavens shall rebel. For we're just little strands of magic in the Lord's grand spell. Sylvester didn't make it too long, as it was normally hard to make hymns regarding a situation in real time. But it seemed the intended effect was already visible, since he could feel the scent of a tulip on his tongue, a strong one this time. Good, now I only need to throw the final ball. Sylvester stopped singing and stared at King Highland. Your Majesty, you should be more focused on preparing your lands for the eventual war. If the people of Highland stay as poor as they are now, they won't survive. At the same time, the world is seeing an increase in the number of bloodlings. The king, however, was still looking at Sylvester in worship, as if he was going to, at any time, explode in light. Your Majesty. Ah, the man shook up. Lord Bard, can you ask the great Solis to bless my queen wife and me with a natural-born child? This has backfired. I am no expert on childbirth. Sylvester internally frowned while keeping the guise of a calm and collected young man outside. He started to think of ways to help this man have a kid. In this era, there was nothing such as test tube bobbies. It was all done naturally, and if you can't, your neighbor would before you even know. Of course, that's not possible in the case of royals, as bloodline matters. In the end, he could not understand what the king's problem was, but he needed a plausible treatment that he could shrug off later, that if it did not work, then Soli's wishes not to bless him. Come with me to my room, Your Majesty. He got up and walked away. The king also silently walked behind, and soon the room door was shut. Inside, Sylvester asked the king about the problems. So, what's the exact problem? Are you not able to perform it? The king quickly shook his head. No, not at all, Lord Bard. In fact, we can do it for hours every single day, multiple times, and we satisfy each other quite thoroughly. Sylvester nodded, as he didn't sense any lies from the king. But he had to take another look at the white-bearded man with the sex drive of a god, it seemed. Could it be low level or low quality of sperm? Well, I think I'm an expert on sperm in some ways. He suddenly remembered the horrific experience of being stuck as a sperm for who knows how long. But as he thought about it, he was once again reminded that there could be people stuck in his and this king's jewels. God, I need to forget this again. He needed to think in peace, so he turned around and walked to the window to look outside, not the king's hopeful face. It was a strange situation as well, one that left him weirded out because he never expected a king to be this friendly to him. But he reckoned it was perhaps due to him being born in the Highland Kingdom and also being a prospective future big man in the church. As he looked outside, he noticed Murreg sitting outside the window on the cloth-hanging rails and grooming himself. Seeing the furry boy, Sylvester remembered something. Wait, don't I have that ginseng from a while ago? From that stable master's land. It's known to increase the quality of the sperm and even quantity as well as libido. He walked closer to the window and whispered to the cat, Chonky, give me those strange root plants you had taken from the horse fields. Give me 50 of them. Murreg looked back and quietly tilted his head left and right like a puppy, as if he didn't understand what this strange human was saying. What, do it fast, boy. But there was silence, and Murreg acted like an ordinary cat, licking his paws. Finally, Sylvester sighed and agreed to the unspoken exchange. Fine, I will get you a banana. Oh, Makesy, you should have said that first thing. Murreg spoke instantly and started vomiting. Thankfully, he was now slowly adapting and didn't make as much noise. Eventually, Sylvester held 50 ginseng roots in his arms as he turned around. I think I have a solution, but nothing is guaranteed, for the final gift is in the hands of the Lord. but if so he desires, not just one but hundreds could be your reward. King Highland was slightly above 150 years old at this stage and was still considered to be in his prime. At the same time, he had been married to his beloved for a century now, and they didn't even have a single child where they should have had great-grandkids already. Being deprived of a child was one of the biggest curses parents in love could go through, and the pain increases many times when no healer can identify what even the problem is. King Highland considered Sylvester a mere child, but seeing his blessing, he just held on to that thin little ray of hope called the Bard of the Lord. He knew Queen Trinity wept, longing for a child, but never showing it in the open, and as a good husband he was ready to try anything, go to any length to heal her broken heart. "This root can help me?" King Highland asked in surprise. Sylvester could only nod weakly. "As I said, there is a possibility it might, but let me first do something." He put the roots on the table and poured light from his palms just for the theatrics. It was strong as it blinded everyone for a few seconds, but the roots looked clean and fresh by the end. "Your Majesty, eat this every single day, not more than 5 grams, and you may give it to the Queen as well. Do not overexceed, however, for it may hurt instead of cure. Also, after eating this regularly, you may have an increased desire to get intimate, so be mindful of that." He gave simple instructions for the root. "What is this miracle plant? Why has nobody heard of it before?" King Highland asked. Of course, Sylvester was not going to give the name, but he also wanted to test whether the king would keep a secret for him. "None know because we are far too drowned in the realm of magic that we fail to see the miracles nature has created. However, this root is still experimental, and once I am sure of its properties, I will reveal it to the world. But for now, please keep it a secret." King Highland looked at the strange root as if it was worth more than all the gold in the world. If this does help me, I will." Sylvester raised his palm and stopped the man. "Do not make any commitments. The disappointment is harder that way. Keep your expectations low, say the name of the Lord, and hope for the heavenly reward. May the holy light enlighten us." "May the holy light enlighten us," repeated the king after Sylvester. That was all Sylvester was willing to do for this first meeting, however. It was better to maintain an air of mystery around himself instead of appearing like an open book. After all, he needed to ensure he was on the king's mind for the months to come. As for the baby, that was all God's plan. King Highland took the cue that he had overstayed his welcome, so he respectfully bid farewell. "Thank you for this gift of hope, Lord Bard. If you ever need something, you know how to contact me. Until we meet again, I bid you a warm goodbye." Sylvester shook the man's hand and led him towards the main door, but as the King Highland moved out, he looked back at Lady Aurora. "Will you not leave?" She scoffed and pointed at Xavier. "Your mum and I have forged a friendship, and she teaches me to make honey cookies. You won't know since you were missing for 5 days." Sylvester made a scowling face and just shook his head. He waved goodbye to King Highland and shut the door. There was no need to escort a grand wizard into Holy Land after all. He went to the kitchen and started to take whatever edible things he could. "I am starving." Xavier hurried to stop him. "Max, just wait. I will cook you something good. Don't eat these snacks for regular food." Sylvester didn't argue with her, knowing very well it was pointless. So he just took an apple and a banana and sat down in the dining room, just opposite Lady Aurora. "Why is this woman staying here? Is she sent by the Lord Inquisitor, the Pope? What's their purpose?" "Mum." Sylvester was trying to read every worst-case scenario possible. Lady Aurora eventually got annoyed. "Stop staring at me, Priest Sylvester." "Ugh." All of a sudden, Xavier's cry came, followed by her taking a rest by the counter. Sylvester quickly got up to check. "What happened?" She smiled wryly and went back to work. "It's nothing, dear, just some neck and back pain. I've got myself checked, it's just some strain on the back." Sylvester, however, glanced at her body and frowned. He could somewhat guess why the pain was there. "Mum, what's your bust size?" "They—" "What?" Lady Aurora exclaimed, while on Xavier's face silence remained.